have a quorum. If those off camera could come onto camera if they're able to, that would be great. And then District Secretary, whenever you're ready, if you could call the roll.
Director Foley,
Present.
Vice President Lee, Director McPartlin. Oh, I think Director McPartlin is here. Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Simon, Director Allen, Director Ames,
Here.
Director Dufty,
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartlin, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I would be honored. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this board meeting, and please note, pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. And if you have joined the meeting by phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand when you wish to speak, and dial *6 to unmute when you are requested to speak. And if you are on Zoom on a device, you can use the raise hand feature if you'd like to speak. And public comment generally is limited to 3 minutes per person. So moving on in the agenda, does anybody have any special guests to introduce? Seeing none, I will go to my president's report, which is quite short today. And I just wanted to remind folks that our next board meeting is an evening board meeting. So our meeting on May 26th will be at 5 p.m. So for the public, for the board, please join us at the meeting. We're going to have a lot of interesting topics on the agenda. And then also another reminder, our second meeting in June, on June 23rd, it's a morning meeting, but it's a in-station meeting. So we're going to be meeting at El Cerrito del Norte BART, and staff have planned a really fantastic agenda for us that day. So I look forward to seeing you all there. So that concludes my report, and now we will move to the consent calendar.
Make a motion to approve.
Oh, wait, sorry. I see that there are hands raised, and I don't think we've ever had comment on the president's report, but let me just see if that's what these folks want to comment on. So if you'd like to comment on my report, I will take those comments now, and then we'll go to the consent calendar. Oh, the hands went down, so I think they're for general public comment. So we'll go to the consent calendar.
I'd like to move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I do see a hand up now, so I'll see if that's for the consent items. So we'll go to public comment.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. Need a clock here, it would help. I'm going to talk about a consent item here, which on my agenda, it's the one about the BART airport fares, item C. So this is very important. I would hope for an explainer about why they're not on Clipper. I hope they're not using paper tickets. There's got to be a way that they can do this easily. So we want to get these airport employees on onto Clipper and give them this discount. because this, I can understand a premium fare for passengers. But we want to continue to help our employees with this bulk discount because really the airport is kind of like the aircraft engine of San Francisco Bay Area economy. I have not flown in there since 1982. And airport jobs are generally they're middle-class jobs. And especially in the inflationary environment, we want to keep in mind that, I used to work on an airport. I worked at 2 airports in my life, and I didn't have a public transportation option for working in air cargo. So this requires 2/3. And so I ask for your approval of this, not just to continue to this important discount because it makes a difference, but we really got to figure out a way to get these employees onto Clipper so they can have easy use and put all their fares on one card. Thank you.
Drop share.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Alex, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, board. I appreciate, I come here as a resident of the Coliseum Connection. I live in an investment that you approve with taxpayer dollars in your property. I was one of the founding residents. I'm a full market paying rent. It's 50% that you subsidize with low income and 50% that they are full market. We are now in our third duos of building managers and regional managers. And this place, which was a state-of-the-art beautiful place, is actually going down the hill really quick and you're losing your money really quick. But that's your problem, not mine. I'm here is because when I moved in, there were a total of 4 visible garbage cans in the leading pad to the BART tunnel in the parking lot in the back, and 4 additional ones in every corner on 17th, 71st, 69th, and the leading pad behind my building. During the pandemic, all of those garbage cans were removed. And now that the A's are back, the work is back, people are coming back. I want you to understand that trash is out of control. Now we have rodents. And even though you have an incredible, amazing black man who is the maintenance guy, his name is Aaron, he cannot keep up because he's basically cleaning not just the Coliseum Collection Gardens, but basically the parking lot. I contact Alicia Truss, your PR person, and she said that every night your crew's clean, which is not true. So I'm gonna ask 2 things. Devon, please invite me, and I have pictures for the next meeting, show you the difference between Rock Ridge Station garbage, MacArthur Station garbage cans, Orinda Lafayette garbage cans, and Coliseum garbage cans. And you will see drastically what the difference of investment or resources to keep us clean. And so, Devon, I know you for many years, and I know you are a passionate advocate for equal resources. So I want to bring back the pictures, and I can bring more of the your tenants, but I need you to commit to us that you're gonna solve this issue of the garbage cans. Please, we deserve, I'm a full rent. I go to work, I use your BART. I moved here because it was so close to BART. Please help me. Please help me and help all the people who are sitting here. So I don't want you to ignore me. I want you to recognize that this is an issue, and I want you to get curious in your own, why is the level of garbage and litter and lack of resources in the BART station. Thank you for your time. I hope you invited me back.
Thank you. First, do we have Alejandra's contact information, and can staff follow up offline? And I'm sure Director Rayburn wants to as well.
Good morning, President Sussman. This is Deputy General Manager Jones. Yes, we have her contact information. We certainly can do that.
Okay, thank you. And then just, I didn't want to cut her off, but for anybody who still has their hand up, this is only public comment for the consent calendar. So if you have a general public comment, I'd ask you to lower your hand. We'll get to general public comment in just about a minute, hopefully. when we get through the consent calendar. So I believe we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Did we get a second? I heard the motion from Director Dufty. Who seconded it?
McPartlin.
McPartlin. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So let's go to the vote on the consent calendar.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen, Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Dufty,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously, and those motions that required 2/3 vote required or passed as such.
Thank you. So next we'll go on to item 4, which is general public comment. This is the
Madam
chance to,
President,
yes,
I just want to offer, if, when we have situations like this and staff does take an assignment from somebody from public comment, could I just request that that the protocol be that at least an email be sent to all the directors to let us know what the resolution is. So, I realize that there is follow-up, but I think it would be helpful in cases like this that we all simply get an email letting us know that something's happened and where things stand. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
yes, thank you. That's a good idea. And then Director Rayburn, if you have something very brief to say.
Yes,
ahead.
I just want to thank Alejandra for bringing this to our attention. I've made comments in the past about during the game days, the partying that goes on pre-game in our lot. We need to reenact the parking fees that were formerly charged. And I've asked for that several times and it's yet to be implemented. We need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. If in staff follow up to the board, if you can address that as well, that would be appreciated. So let's move on to general public comment. This is for items not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak about something on the agenda, please hold your comments till we get to those agenda items. So let's go to the first public speaker.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. It's always good to be back with you. And I really like the flag backgrounds today because I got to do Pledge of Allegiance with you all. And, they have a big American flag that hangs in Grand Central Terminal in New York City. So that's a good place to do the Pledge of Allegiance too. I was in the Bay Area once again. I'm sure I'll be back soon. I rode several times on Barton. Got to ride more new trains than old trains. I can't get enough of the new trains. I want more new trains. I don't have to put my earplugs in when riding BART. And they're generally working okay, though sometimes trains new and old still have trouble finding stopping positions. And so they stop and then they move and then they stop again, finally open the doors. So we gotta figure out why that's happening and if there's something that our drivers are able to do about that. And how do we build a safer BART and a more user-friendly BART? And I hope that you got to read my last letter, comments from the line. I don't know how long it takes for the Secretary's office to send you my letters, but I would presume that it made it to you in time. And I still think about how do we get all of our different meetings on the same sheet of music, how they operate. Because with some of these other meetings, when you do phone conferencing and these other platforms, and they're not used to people coming for comment, sometimes they forget to ask for comment. And I mean, public comment is absolutely essential. So we have to continue to work on that. I don't think it costs us a lot of money to do that because the meeting and public comment process should be user-friendly. And I continue to share my story because there are many on BART that still don't know what to do with me. But I have the answer. This is what you can do with me. Welcome me as a fair-paying rider who observes and follows the rules of conduct. That's all I ask. That's all anybody should ever ask. A person of reasonable mind should ask. And BART is familiar to me, especially when I get off an airplane. I'm afraid of flying on airplanes, and aircraft engines are loud. And I still don't know much about how they work. But there's the familiarity that I get when I get off at the airport in Oakland and see the BART sign and know that that is my primary way for me to get to where I need to go. And I am going to make it to Grand Central Terminal in New York City and take some more pictures and share that. But there's one thing I take with me to New York and other places. The ideal that I believe always. BART is the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Richard, please go ahead.
Hello, my name's Richard Gallo. I'm from Santa Cruz. I'm a former BART rider in support of public transit. Did not see this on the agenda, but I'm calling in to let the board and the president know to please support on the future 2-year pilot project for all transit paths. I think this was critical, important, and that it would increase more ridership going this route, this path. And they will probably be beneficial for all transit riders taking public transit. I am a person with disability. You have high numbers of people with disabilities that use public transit as a form of public transportation. Thank you, and keep BART running. Bye.
Thank you. And we will actually get to that program in just a few minutes. It's item 6A on our agenda. Do we have any more general public comments?
I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, then we'll go on to item 5, the general manager's report.
Good morning, President Salzman, Vice President Lee, members of the BART board. A couple of updates here for you to be tracking on. So last Wednesday, about a week ago, Deputy General Manager Mike Jones and I and Rob Pageant met with Amit Bose, who is the FRA administrator. He was in town. He was over here at BHQ, and we had about an hour chat with the administrator, and we walked him through Link 21 and a couple of other efforts going on in Rob's portfolio, and then we gave him some data sets on BART's DBE and small business procurement program. So very impressed, and was a good meeting with Amit. Service updates. I believe you all received an email or a memo from Shane Edwards, AGM of Operations, and we're back up running on the Richmond line and ahead of schedule there. So Shane, nice job there. And we continue to get the second cable solidified out there, stabilized out there. But we're running 9-10 car trains back out on the red line and the orange line there. A77 shutdown is again this weekend between South Hayward and Union City stations. I think this is the third shutdown. And we have that dialed in pretty tight. We'll keep the board posted on that. Let's see, a week from tomorrow will be the the 2022 Equality Awards in San Francisco, and the co-chairs of that event are two of our BART board members, Director Duffy and Director Lee, and I will be in attendance down there, and the honorees will be U.S. Representative Jackie Spear, who will be receiving the Allied Leadership Award, and Amy Schneider, who is going to receive the Equality Visibility Award. So I am looking forward to a week from tomorrow down in San Francisco with Director Lee and Director Duffy. So we were able to, again, support Beta Breakers this Sunday. John McCormick and Shane Edwards have a long tradition of offering early morning support and special service for this event, and we'll do it again. And we're going to be providing 4 early morning trains with limited stops to get folks to the race, to encourage public transit to that race. So well done, Mr. Edwards, Mr. McCormick. And Alicia is making sure that the message goes out system-wide to the public, to our riders, that it's not making all stops system-wide, that this is limited service. So I think we're in good shape there, just to make sure the board is tracking on our commitment there. The Civic Center canopy on the west side of 8th and Market there was closed as part of our canopy project there. So we expect it to be closed for about 6 months. We have signs out there. We've done extensive outreach to the city and the merchants out there. So we've done our job on the community outreach there, and that program is going well. Here's an interesting one that I hope you're all perhaps even think about submitting on. This is the short story contest kickoff. On Monday, just a few days from now, we're going to announce BART's first ever short story contest in celebration of our 50th anniversary. So what this is members of the public, as well as our staff, and I think board of directors, are encouraged to submit their short story as part of our kiosks at the stations. And these short stories are going to be judged by an all-star panel of Bay Area literary icons: Daniel Handler, Ishmael Reed, Ingrid Rojas, Emil Newitz, J.K. Fowler, and the contest kickoff starts June 1st and closes June 30th. And the 30 finalists will be loaded into our short story dispensaries. Kind of interesting. And each finalist will receive free editing on their stories and an honorum of $200 and an invitation to read their story at a public reading, which will be held in October at the Glen Park Station. And it's very creative and very forward-leaning. This is I don't know if we're pivoting off of or cribbing from or improving on. They do this in Paris, and it's very well received there. And so, we are very proud of that. And this is our first ever that, and it ties into our 50th anniversary there. So well done to the BART family. A couple other updates. The month of May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And throughout the month, BART will be highlighting AAPI businesses and destinations on our BART website and bartable.gov. Also, May is Bike Month, and BART will be partnering with East Bay Bike on a Bartable sweepstakes. So both of those very powerful for the whole month of May. And before I get to my ridership update, I wanted Chief Alvarez. I have Chief up here at the desk, or at the kiosk here, podium here, whatever we're calling it. Chief, why don't you walk the board through where we are? Some really good news on our hiring with BPD.
Good morning, directors. Chief Ed Alvarez. So BART Police's recruitment efforts are paying off, some of which have included some new recruitment flyers and targeted social media campaigns and advertisements throughout our system, along with a full-page ad in the PORC magazine, which goes out to a lot of police officers that are currently employed in the state. This is all in participation with a lot of community events as well. So currently, we have 290 applicants. I'll say that again, 290 applicants who have been invited to attend our written exam and physical agility test recruiting event that's scheduled for later this month. That's compared to 60 to 80 applicants that we have typically seen over the last 3 years. Due to this high volume of applicants, the event will be held on multiple days, on May 20th, 21st, 23rd, and 24th, respectively. So we would also like to recognize Lieutenant Jason Scott for his leadership and our Personnel and Training Bureau for their hard work in attending these recruiting events all over the state in an effort to actively seek and recruit these applicants. And a quick plug, the BART Police Department employment opportunities are posted on our website for both entry-level and lateral police officers at bart.gov/jobs. And we encourage those and welcome those that are all interested to apply. Thank you.
So great work out of the the combination of BPD and BART HR. So I wanted the chief up here to walk the board through that. Very powerful. And the last, I always like to end with ridership. Since the last board meeting, just 2 weeks ago, we've had our highest 2 weeks since the pandemic, with each week totaling just over 700,075 exits. So I think the point there is we're not up, down, we're consistently and routinely, back on the positive slope here. So that's a good thing. And even last Sunday, ridership, this is on a Sunday, was nearly 60,000 exits, and which is huge, right? That's a big number. And I know the A's were in town and the Giants were playing at home, and that's great that folks are taking public transit to these events. But 60,000 exits on a Sunday, that's great. And I think we're pointed in the right direction here, board members. So with that, President Simon and Vice President Lee, I will return it back to you.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment on the general manager's report and then board comments and questions.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I love a good general manager's report. Can't get enough of it. Lots of good things here. So I was on the Richmond line last week with the crowded 5-car train. So I am pleased we're going to get the longer trains back, because I use that Richmond line, and getting those sideways facing seats is very important to me. And it's good we're doing work with Beta Breakers. I had no idea Beta Breakers was happening this week. No wonder why hotel rates are so high. But that's good. We're bringing people in. I'll come a week later. So we want to get everybody to Beta Breakers on the trains instead of having all these cars coming in, trying to find places to park. So that's essential. And I'm looking forward to this Equality Award and your active participation. This is very good work. Pride Month is almost here. So thank you, because Equality Award matters include me. And API and Bike Month, those are both very important. I support any of these resolutions. Don't forget that Pride Month is next month. And I am aware of the BPD hiring. That's very important, because I want to see more presence on these trains. Because I'm a person who is different and therefore most at risk. So the more eyes and ears that we can have on these trains is going to be good for me. And I'll need to look at the ridership figures. I am one of those people who's adding to that when I'm in the area, and we want more people on the trains because of safety and numbers. More people paying fare is extremely important. And the short story thing is quite intriguing. I'd like to hear people's short stories about BART. I write you lots of short stories about BART in my letters and share them with you in public comment, even if I'm talking about non-BART things like aircraft engines. So this is very good work, and I appreciate Bob's stewardship and leadership of the system. And I do believe that Bob and I both share the ideal of building the best BART that we can. And I bring to you that I believe in the idea of a BART that could be legendary and stately. But most of all, this is reflective of the idea that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment on the general manager's report?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Okay, any director comments or questions? Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a question for the chief. If I could ask, how many vacancies do we currently have on the force?
Chief Ed Alvarez, we have 25 as of today.
Okay, and are those vacancies inclusive of the additional staffing we were adding as part of the North Texas study?
Yes, they're still part of the original bodies that we got.
Okay, super. And I just wanted to say that's great news about the recruitment. I'm glad to see so many applicants in the pool. That's the change that I know other agencies are experiencing very similar challenges. So that's good news for us. So thank you for the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple things. Bob, I don't know if you want to handle this or turn it over to the chief, but we talked the other day about the enforcement of the continued mask requirement, and I just wanted to see if you could provide that update to the full board about how it's going.
Yeah, I'll take that, and then Chief, if you want to add to it or take away from it. But by all accounts, Director, it's going quite well. We're out there. I'm out in the system. Michael's out. Our teams are out in the system. Most people are wearing their masks out in the system, so that's first and foremost. Two, when we see somebody, collective we, Bart, see somebody without a mask in the system, we have masks on hand. They're being handed out by the sworn officers, by the ambassadors, by the CSI folks out there. The station agents have masks. So it has worked quite well, in my opinion, and people are generally, following the mask mandates out there, and really has been fairly low drama. Chief?
Yeah, just to add to that, our officers, anybody wearing a BART police uniform has been out there active in carrying the mask as well for giveaways. And we haven't gotten a lot of calls for service over the time period that we've extended the mask mandate. So that's been really good. Our riders have been really good, and our employees have been really good on education.
That's great. I'm really glad to hear that that's going smoothly, and please keep us updated. And I'm really excited about the short story contest. I think that sounds really cool and fun. Does this mean that the short story dispensers, which I know were a pilot, does that mean we're keeping them longer, or what? Do we have a plan for that? I think it was supposed to only go on a year, and that year's up, at least the pilot.
Yeah, I think my vision there is that we would be keeping them longer. I think they're I think they're a great amenity for our riders and for us. And so my plan is to keep those just as long as we can, President Salzman.
Well, I'd love to see them in more stations. For any of you who haven't gone to one of the stations with them, they're really fun. I've gotten the stories at Richmond a couple of times, but I don't use the other stations that have them, but they're great. And just want to say the judges you picked sound amazing. I was lucky enough to take a short story writing class with Ishmael Reed when I went to UC Berkeley, and he's incredible. So he knows his stuff on this. So excited to see what our writers in the community produce. Director Simon?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Two things. And Chief Alvarez, I've noticed in the morning, especially when the trains are rather crowded, it's been amazing to see both your sworn officers and staff literally walking through the trains with not even a lot of eye contact, but saying verbally, everyone put on your mask if you don't have on a mask. Does anybody need a mask? It's like no contact, but simply you will see people putting back on their mask once they hear the verbal. And I know that members, both of the public and some board members, were worried about increased contact. And I think that worry makes sense, but it's been really interesting, almost daily, and wonderful to see how you all are implementing the upkeep of the mask mandate by just simply being around and simply verbalizing how important it is. I've been seeing folks daily. And then secondly, last BART board meeting, I believe it was Alicia and our general manager who talked about the screens, the updated screens in the Embarcadero station, and seeing them yesterday for the first time. They're glorious. And there's animation, and the Let's Go theme is, all throughout the station, and it just looks really good. So just thank you for that. And I didn't comment on it last meeting because I hadn't seen it for myself. Our stations are clean, they look good, and it's just really great to see folks back on the trains. I appreciate you, Gia.
Thank you. Seeing no further director comment, this concludes this item, and we'll move on to administration items, and I will turn it over to Chair Simon.
Great. Thank you so much, President Salzman. I also want to just take some time to thank my vice chair for this committee, Director Ames. throughout the last few weeks, maybe the last couple of months, there have been times where I've had to leave early from this committee. I'm in an MPA program and I'm finishing up, and Liz has been amazing in taking up the facilitation of this committee when I've had to go. So Director Ames, I really want to thank you for your facilitation and your leadership. And it's been wonderful to partner with you on this committee. So members of the board, we have a number of items today. They are all information items. And because the staff have taken a lot of time, Pamela's team, to create some illustrative presentations for us, I want to make sure that we use our time as judiciously as possible in terms of asking questions. I know that members of the board have been briefed by Pamela's team, and there are questions that folks will have on this board to either recap those conversations, but I want to try to give us enough time to get through these very important items and also make sure that we can move through the rest of the agenda. So I'll be teaming up with Director Ames. Director Ames is going to help me facilitate if we have to kind of move things along should we need to. So I'm asking board members to focus your comments, hopefully just on your prudent questions. So with that said, again, we have 3 items and they're for information only. And the board will hear first item A, which is the regional, institutional, and employer path pilot. And so Pamela.
Well, thank you, Chairperson Simon. With that introduction, I don't have much to say. I'll turn it over immediately to Mike Eisman. He's our Director of Financial Planning.
Good morning, directors. Mike Eisman here. Today, I'm very pleased to present an information item on the Regional, Institutional, and Employer Pilot Pass that we plan to launch this summer. So I'll start here with the policy context. I'll remind you that our next generation Clipper system is in development and planned to launch in late 2023. At the same time, the region's Fair Integration Task Force has endorsed a set of policy proposals that we think will help us build on the new system. There are 2 near-term actions, this all-agency transit pass pilot program that we're discussing today, as well as free and reduced cost interagency transfers, which we'll talk about more in the coming year. As you're aware, there are also 2 proposals in the state legislature that relate to transit fares. SB 917, the Seamless Transit Transformation Act, aims to integrate fares in the Bay Area along with service and wayfinding. And then at the same time, I'm sure you're aware the governor has proposed funding to allow free fares on transit statewide for a period of 3 months. And I'll just note that if that proposal passes, we would delay the launch of the pilot that we're discussing today. Over the last couple of years, we've been keeping you posted on the Regional Fare Integration Study, which BART co-led along with MTC. That study recommended piloting this regional all-agency institutional pass. With an institutional pass, a university, employer, or other institution buys transit passes at a discount for all students, staff, or employees. And this can be a win-win model. The students or employees save money on fares, the institution offers a benefit while reducing parking demand and traffic, and the transit agency receives predictable revenue. There are many successful single-agency institutional pass programs in our region, including Caltrain's Go Pass and AC Transit's Easy Pass and others, but we don't have an offering that offers access to the region's whole network. And this pilot will look to emulate the Puget Sound region's successful Orca Business Passport program, which offered institutional fares across multiple operators. We'll be gathering valuable data as we build toward broader fare integration steps under Clipper 2, and we'll be working with institutions and businesses to promote transit market recovery. The Fare Integration Task Force vision statement endorses this pilot as its first action. The pilot will have 2 phases. First, starting this summer, we'll begin with a short list of educational institutions and affordable housing properties. And the second phase, planned to deploy next year, will focus on employers. The objective will be to demonstrate the degree to which a product like this can promote greater ridership and meet the needs of riders, institutions, and agencies. We'll evaluate program performance and collect data that could be used as the basis of a revenue model for a permanent program. We've set a preliminary budget of $6 million for a 2-year pilot, coming from a portion of the $28 million that the MTC Commission plans to allocate toward fare integration activities. Phase 1 will include up to 50,000 pass holders spread across 4 public education institutions and at least 3 affordable housing developments. That will be enough to cover all residents at select mid-pen housing developments, all the expected demand at Santa Rosa Junior College, and roughly a quarter of the eligible population at UC Berkeley, San Francisco State, and San Jose State universities. You can see the criteria we use to select the institutions here on the slide. First, they must be publicly funded. Second, and critical to delivering this on a short timeline, we're starting with institutions that have an existing contract in place for a transit pass with one of the Bay Area transit agencies. I'll note that the terms of those agreements will hold throughout the pilot. Institutions will pay under the terms of their pre-existing contracts and receive the upgrade to the regional pass for some pass holders at no cost. We were looking for geographic diversity in the region. While we don't have an institution located in every Bay Area county, we can expect that with 5 counties and 50,000 pass holders, there will be beneficiaries from all over the region. We're working through the details of an evaluation plan where passes will be assigned at the larger institutions through a randomized controlled trial approach, which will allow for a very rigorous policy evaluation. We plan to launch phase 2 in early 2023 with up to 10 employers of various sizes. We'll be looking to design the specifics of phase 2 in coordination with business organizations and with equity as a top priority. We'll be looking again for geographic diversity in the region, but we want at least some employers in the most transit-rich parts of the region. For example, businesses in downtown San Francisco today do not currently have a transit pass well tailored to their needs. The goal here is to see if an employer pass could play a role in promoting the recovery of our commute markets, as well as bringing new revenue to the system. For Title VI, MTC will serve as the lead agency for the pilot project. Based on collaboration with FTA Title VI staff, this will launch as a pilot under Title VI as well, which means we'll have at least 6 months to gather data before any type of equity analysis is required. Thereafter, further extensions for additional data collection are likely. If there is a need to submit an equity analysis before the pilot project concludes, MTC will prepare that on behalf of the participating agencies. We do expect that operator governing boards, including yourselves, will be asked to approve agency-specific Title VI analyses before this becomes a permanent policy. As I mentioned, the MTC Commission has identified $6 million of regional funding to support this project. Of that, $4.5 million will go towards reimbursing operators for expected revenue impacts. That funding will be allocated in 2 steps. The first will be upfront by formula, and the second half of the funding will be allocated in a second-year true-up based on actuals in the first year. We have $500,000 set aside for administrative costs and $1 million set aside for our phase 2. Just to wrap up here with work underway and next steps, project staff is now working with partner institutions on logistics and communications. We have a specialist consultant on board helping us with a rigorous research plan. Agency boards will be briefed over the next couple of months, starting with yourselves today. Focus now is on phase 1, but we will begin working on phase 2 in earnest this summer. And just to note again, if the governor's proposal for free fares should pass, we will have to delay our launch because we can't run this pilot concurrently with free fares for all. BART staff will be continuing to manage this project along with our partners at MTC and peer operators. Today's is an information item, but this initiative will be referenced in the 23-24 budget resolution that staff will bring for your approval in June. And we'll be back before the end of this calendar year with more updates on related fare initiatives and on Clipper 2. So that concludes the staff update, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. It looks like Latifa is locked out. She lost some power. Director Simon hopefully will return. Thank you so much. I believe we should just open this up for public comment.
Director Ames, I guess I was in the waiting room. I've been trying to get back in for some time now. My apologies. Thank you. And thank you, April, for letting me back in. So you're off the hook for at least a minute. Hopefully I don't have any more power glitches. We do have hands from the board. I would like to take public comment before. I do want to say, go Pioneers. And the CSU at East Bay is having a graduation today for 2020 and 21. So there's literally going to be thousands of folks on the BART waiting to get shuttled up the hill today. And so we're really excited. I know BART has been partnering with the CSU today to make sure that students and families, many first-time graduates and their families will be able to take part in the beautiful celebration today in our district. So that said, a little off subject, but sort of kind of not. April, are there any public commenters in the queue?
Yes, we have several.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and begin with Alita. Please go ahead.
Thank you again, Committee Chair Lateefah Simon. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. We're off to a good start. I feel I must speak. And I've been to many presentations about fairs and fair integration with Mike, and often also with Bill Bacon of MTC. And so I think we have a good progression here, especially in educational institutions, where many often feel compelled to have an automobile. This is something that I think can make the case for people not to be automobile dependent and to be able to travel regionally. I often find myself in Berkeley and I'll get on the F bus to San Francisco, and there are quite a few students who use it. So this will offer a regional opportunity for people to travel. And I'm looking toward the business pilot. I think certainly we should consider the airports. There's a lot of people who work at airports, both in passenger airlines and in air cargo. And so those are very dense places. And having worked at airports, and you park lots of cars at airports, this is another way to help people regionally. Not everybody who works at SFO lives in San Francisco, I'm sure. So we can keep in mind airports and certainly the downtowns and any big manufacturing facilities. I know there's a big one in the southern part of our area that produces thousands of automobiles a year that could help. So we'll have to look at what the apportionment will be like to pay BART, and I think it's going to work out. It's kind of like the Easy Transit Pass in Los Angeles, I would say. Not that I've ever used it, not to be confused with Easy Pass, which is a consortium of toll agencies in the eastern and midwestern states for automotive tolling on highways. So I'm looking forward to us getting a resolution to pass this. And if there's a fare free pilot, we'll jump in on this after that pilot is over. This is another way of spreading the idea that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Okay. Tawny, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the BART Board of Directors and staff. My name is Tawny Warren. I'm a former Board of Trustee at Ohlone Community College. I'm here actually today to talk to you about the Integrated Fare Pilot Program, but from a different perspective. I want to talk about it from a board level type perspective. And so what I really would like to do is focus on funding. And funding, you know, is a big issue for California community colleges. We have 115 in the state of California. You've got top 10, some of the top 10 are right here in the Bay Area of our top 10 community colleges. In the system, though, from the state, when it comes to apportionment, when it comes to funding, the hierarchy goes that the UCs get the biggest funding, CSUs get the next level of funding lower, and then community colleges are like scraping by to barely get what they get. And what really is impactful is in the area of transportation. So colleges like UC Berkeley get a lot more money funded to them from the state to help cover things for students such as transportation, yet the community colleges really don't get anything. And so I think it would be like really critical and important for the BART board and MTC and, you know, this pilot program to actually, you know, have an increased for the community colleges. So you have Santa Rosa, that's just one kind of far out. It isn't here in the Bay Area, and we need something that really reflects what's here in our area. Not only that, but we have local community colleges like Ohlone Community College, I'll use as an example. You know, these are colleges that are in a top 10 in the state, are providing services for these students to, you know, either move ahead in transferring or to, you know, get career technical education. And if we can get them into your system now as riders, right, they will, you know, hopefully become riders for life, right? I'm legally blind. I am a rider. I'm a rider now for life, right? I can't drive anymore. I rely solely on public transportation. And so, you know, I really would appreciate if you guys can bring more community colleges in based on their funding issues.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cyrus, please go ahead.
Hi there. Good morning. My name is Cyrus Hall. I'm a resident of San Francisco and a member of the San Francisco Transit Riders, a rider advocacy organization. Thanks for this chance to comment. I'm calling in support of the Regional Institutional Employer Pass pilot. It's vital that the Bay Area make cross-agency travel easier. Creating a simple to understand set of fare expectations for riders is a really vital part of that project. Here in San Francisco, we have pretty strong public transit, but moving beyond the edges of the city is often expensive and time consuming. I live in the south of the city, but I travel to San Mateo and East Bay on the regular. And while having to pay base fares twice to travel a short distance might make sense to agencies who are sort of constrained by budgets and political forces that are sort of geographically constrained, it doesn't make sense to riders who just need to go to where we need to go. You know, agency boundaries don't define the social and economic boundaries of the Bay Area. And for many, at least here in San Francisco, it seems like leaving the city demands a car because our agencies are fractured. Meanwhile, those of us who have chosen to rely on public transit or those who just find themselves reliant on public transit face significantly higher per mile fees simply because we have to travel across an agency boundary. And this just means that the current structure isn't equitable for riders. And on that note, I want to thank you for including affordable housing communities in this pilot. This pilot is just a small step forward towards a more unified experience for riders. I wish we were beyond the pilot at this point and we could learn from our domestic and foreign friends who implemented multi-agency fare structures decades ago. But since studies are the way of life here in the Bay, I strongly urge you to continue to support this effort and help move us forward towards 21st century transit policy. Thanks for supporting a better transportation future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tiffany, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Tiffany Rodriguez from San Jose State University. I am the Transportation Solutions Manager. And first of all, I want to thank you for your leadership and your support on the various Seamless Bay Area initiatives. This effort to improve coordination and fare among agencies is critical. I hear from students and employees who tell me stories about delays in transit, missing connections, and how this impacts their decision to take transit. We are honored and excited to be one of the institutions selected to participate in this innovative pilot program, and we believe it will strongly benefit students, especially those who have a financial need, along with the rising prices in gas. We strongly hope that you continue to be a leader in supporting these efforts. We believe this pilot will be transformative and show that these are not just discussions and big ideas, but that action is being taken to meet our climate action goals. Thank you.
Thank you. District Secretary, I believe that was our last commenter. Are there any new hands?
I do not see any additional hands raised.
Okay, great. What we'll do, we have some board hands up, and I see about 5 now. And this is the order that we'll go in. Director Rayburn, Director Dufty, Director Ames, Director Foley, and I'll remind folks, don't worry, Director Lee, and finally Vice President Lee and President Salzman. And I want to, again, reiterate, I'm hoping that we can keep our conversation to questions that will be answered by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Simon. And thank you to Pamela and to Mike for your hard work and your department's hard work on rolling this out. I find it very exciting, and that we're building on for example, the Gator Pass, the San Francisco State fare mechanism that we rolled out first, probably around 2014, 15. And I think it makes a lot of sense to build on good models, and those students would definitely benefit from not just seeing a discount for themselves, which they already achieved through the Gator Pass, but the access to all the other services. I want to buttress Tammy's comments about community colleges and ask, will we be addressing all the community colleges following the pilot, or at least making the program available?
Yes, Director. The aim here is to demonstrate that this is a beneficial program and allow it to be made available to all institutions who want to participate.
Good news. And as well as we move to the phase 2, working with institutions, again, we have good models with both Oakland Airport and the San Francisco Airport. And those models, I want to make sure that we're not just addressing San Francisco in the institutional, but I feel that Oakland, we provide a discount to the base fare level at both of the airports for the workers. And I think this is an ideal area that we should be building in. And finally, I want to just ask, there's a lot of talk here about the future, and the future is not just Clipper cards, but I believe Clipper is right now supporting, of course, smartphone apps. And will we be working on integrating smartphone apps into the pilot, or is that something further out?
As you mentioned, Director, there is availability for Clipper Mobile for the general public now, and participants in the pilot would have that option as well. In the logistics of how students get their transit passes is slightly different in each institution, but most of the students who have the pass would have that option.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Dufty?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mike and Pam, thank you so much for this great presentation and all the work that's gone into this process. And when you talked about some of the criteria that was used to develop the participant list, you cited that nonprofit affordable housing property manager. And so I just wondered, could you help me understand? I would imagine that that does not include public housing. And so I just was interested to understand the thought process where public housing residents might fit into a program like this down the road.
I think long-term, we could certainly see deploying a product like this at public housing development. In this case, we started with a list of participants in existing single agency pass programs as the sort of administrative platform to build the pass on. And so the, MinPen happens to have a relationship with Samtrans at a number of developments. And so that was the rationale behind going in that direction here in the early stages, but no reason this couldn't be deployed at a public housing development.
And then I would think that at least I can speak for San Francisco, that I think that Directors Lee, Simon, and myself have different but strong relationships with the Public Housing Agency. And so I think it would be good, and we would be happy to participate with you or members of your team to meet with public housing, because this isn't a BART issue, but in my 25-year career with the city, I too often found that public housing was kind of left off the list of being involved. And so I think it would be great just to have some preparatory meetings that might help answer some questions. And then I also wanted to ask, I really appreciate Director Rayburn's comments about the Gator Pass. And I think that an important part of that history was the advocacy of Congresswoman Jackie Spear that the general manager referenced earlier in today's meeting, that Congresswoman Spear is retiring at the end of this year. And so I just would ask if the general manager could send correspondence with the presentation and let the Congresswoman know, because she has long wanted to see this program expanded, to see that limiting the expense for state students. And so it's great to see that the state will be a part of it. And I just feel it's a great opportunity for our agency's leader to let the Congresswoman know that we are doing some things that I think she'll find very exciting and rewarding to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jeffty, and I will go to Liz, Director Ames, and Director Foley, leaving our Vice Chair and President to go last. Director Ames.
Yes, I do appreciate Tani Warren's comments regarding community colleges. So my understanding is community colleges that do not have a transit pass program are not included in this policy development. But the speaker is asking if there could be funds allocated to include them as part of the policy development. So is that possible to add funding to look at some colleges that are not in a
So right now, the main constraint on expanding the list of participating agencies is less funding than the administrative and contractual timeline. So what we, it's the movement here from a planning study to multi-agency deployment is, quicker than we typically go. And to do that, we made some, we had to deal with a certain number of constraints. And one is that we're going with the existing financial arrangements and the existing contracts for each of these institutions. Definitely understand the urgency to deploy this as widely as possible, as quickly as possible. Definitely would like to see broader public or community college participation very soon. I guess we just ask for a little patience here as we move as quickly as we possibly can.
Well, I think it's beneficial to consider this at some point, to add them to show that there possibly is pent up demand that we're not tapping into. So we're studying agencies that have a transit program, and we're building off of that. So we're growing our existing transit program partners, but we're not analyzing the transit part or the colleges that don't even have a transit program. So to me, pent up demand that is untapped. So I'm hopeful that we can add to this. And then with the institutional pilot for the businesses, I just was curious to know, like San Francisco City and County have a robust transit program. They have a Muni Pass, which I think it's like, I forgot what it's called, but there's a pass that includes, a bus pass that includes unlimited rides for BART in the city and county of San Francisco. Is that true?
That's correct.
And then does the city and county, they give BART funding and they subsidize that transit pass program?
The pass holder purchase a pass that's slightly more expensive than the Space Muni pass, and Muni then provides some funding to BART to pay for the rides. Yes.
And that was instituted like, I don't know, 20 years ago, or when did that pass, that combination of bus and BART rides? come to be?
That program dates back to the 1980s.
Oh my God, so progressive. Okay, go San Francisco. Okay, so I just hope that we could do something similar in the East Bay where we've got AC Transit. We have a bus system, and there could be some partnerships with that transit agency and BART, similar to what the city and county of San Francisco has done. Has that been explored at all?
Director, the fare integration study did analyze a set of individual pass options as well as this institutional pass product. They certainly have some advantages, and they didn't perform in the study as well as some of the highest priority recommendations. But I think what the study concluded and the Fare Integration Task Force recommended is that we continue to work on those and evaluate those in light of the data that we gather from this project.
Okay, I hope that we can do some kind of pilot on this. Similar to what San Francisco is doing, you're really getting at capturing a lot of additional constituents, potential riders, by combining the bus pass with the BART incentive, free rides between, I don't know, so many cities. It wouldn't be the entire, system-wide, free transit on BART, but something to what San Francisco is doing would be exciting to see. And so thank you so much for all of this work. I'm looking forward to getting more pilot projects of this nature so we can develop this program in a more robust manner and tap into these riders that are not in a program. Thank you.
I want to wrap up only because I have 4 other BART directors who want to speak, and we have 2 pretty large, lofty items within the administrative agenda. And I apologize because I only got through 3 folks so far, and we do need to move on soon, but I want to give everyone the opportunity to ask their questions. I will thank you, Mr. McPartland. Now I have to add you. So I'm very happy to do so.
I'll be very brief.
I know you will. I want to recognize Director Foley, Director McPartland, and then we'll go to Vice President Lee and President Salzman. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Mike and Pam on their hard work on this great program, fully support it. And thank you to all of our public commenters today. I agree, this is something we needed yesterday. And I really do want BART to help improve access to higher education and help remove any sort of transit justice or economic barrier. So I think this is a wonderful plan. My one question to staff would be, assuming that phase 1 and 2 are successful, how soon could you come back to the board for a permanent adoption? Would that be in 2023 or 2024? What would that look like?
I think the hope is that if this proceeds well, and if the region's agencies want to move forward, that we could do that alongside the launch of the Clipper 2 system in late 2023. But I don't want to make any commitments as to the timeline until we get into phase 1.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Director McPartland.
I'm going to be very brief. When this was first being proposed, I misunderstood the potential scope associated with this, and I thought it was going to be somewhat limited. And now in this presentation, I see the potential for expansion on a much greater scale, and the amount of specificity associated with is absolutely Herculean. I want to end up complimenting everyone. Normally with programs, you end up crawling before you walk, before you run, before you fly. And with the way this thing is being laid out right now, you're already standing at the end of the runway, getting ready to launch. So I am very proud of you and very appreciative of all the work that you have done and where this thing is going to go. Congratulations. And I'm just delighted to be on board. Thank you.
Wonderful, Director McFarland. Vice President Lee, and followed by President Salzman, and we'll close conversation on this item, unless Director Duffy, you still have a comment or question. Vice President Lee.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Simon. I'll just talk fast then. So this is a really big deal. As a region, we're actually moving forward with actual implementation of what came out of the Fair Integration Task Force. I know many times we can set up a task force to just look at things. So this is a really big step in actually saying like, hey, we liked what came out of this and we are going to put political will behind making that happen. And in particular, I want to thank Mike Eisman for actually being the co-program manager of this work alongside Bill Bacon at MTC. And I know that this was powered by all the advocates who push transit agencies to do more. And so I really hope that we keep rolling out with the implementation pieces of what came out of that task force. I am, of course, super supportive of this and look forward to supporting this in our upcoming budget. I know that there's no action item here today. I am very optimistic that this pilot will be extremely successful. And I think there's obviously been a lot of comments around, how we can get more institutions involved, not just higher ed, but like public housing institutions like Director Duffy mentioned. I'm definitely very supportive of that, but I want to talk a little bit about how, what it's going to take to actually get there to expand, the program in phase 2 and beyond. So I really appreciate particularly former trustee Tawny Warren for calling in and sharing those comments about the hierarchy of higher education institutions. Of course, we have the great Director Simon here who deeply understands that as well. So I just want to say SF State actually received a TFCA Transportation Fund for Clean Air funding to help develop their Gator Pass that has an integrated transit element in it, thanks to leadership from then BART Board Director Nick Josefowitz. I also know SF State has an entire Office of Sustainability. They have a transportation coordinator, things that a lot of community colleges, state colleges don't have funding for because they're just trying to figure out how they manage enrollment for some of the most marginalized folks who really deserve higher education as a right to that education. TFCA is also very niche esoteric funding that I'm not sure many public education institutions are aware of. So I think as we figure out just the logistics of phase 1 into phase 2, I really would say that there needs to be more pressure on MTC to make sure that these institutions are aware of and apply for funding such as TFCA to be in their own planning process to develop their own transit passes. I think UC Berkeley, Mid-Penn, SF State, et cetera, got a little bit of a leg up because they already have been able to get the funding to do the work to having existing transit pass that makes their participation in institutional pass a lot easier. So I would say, Mike, if you can bring that back to MTSC and figure out, how we build that pipeline so that people can or institutions can even participate in this would go a long way. Sorry, I have 2 dogs at my feet who are just whining. And then the last thing is, I know that AB 1919 is on our watch list, but I would say that we really do need to push the state to do more and identify more funding. My understanding with AB 1919 is that it also allows, so this is around developing youth passes up to the age of 25. It's to make these programs eligible for state funding. And I know that these pass programs are one of the most difficult things to fund, but if we do it right now and we set up phase 1, phase 2, figure out the logistics, figure out how people, institutions participate, the hope is that this not only pays for itself, but we boost ridership and are generating revenue once these programs are really up and running and super successful. So I think we have a lot of work to do now to get there, to set it up, but I believe that we can. And I really, really trust the folks that we have on board right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vice President Lee. President Salzman.
I think there's much left to be said because it's all been covered, but just want to say I'm super supportive of this and really excited that UC Berkeley is being included because they've been trying to get something like this for over a decade. I've worked with them on and off over the years, but the students who have been leading the charge keep graduating and then it's a new group of students. So it's really challenging to get these done at community colleges, universities because of that. And so having kind of a set program in the future would just be incredibly helpful. So super excited about moving this forward and want to see, you know, what the pilot shows and how we can make this permanent and expand it.
Thank you so much, President Salzman. Director McPartland, sir, do you have another comment? Okay, great. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. There is one more public commenter who is waiting to speak. I've been notified by the district secretary and by Director Ames. So please go ahead.
Annie, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you all for letting me speak. My name is Annie Karuga, and I am speaking here today as a student of Ohlone College. I also do serve in student government, though I want to make it clear that I'm not speaking on behalf of student government, but I do have that unique perspective after listening to other students, my fellow students here at Ohlone College. And I unfortunately wasn't able to make it on due to a whole bunch of technical difficulties, though from the board comments that I heard, it sounds like the board is generally supportive of increasing the reach of this program to other institutions, especially to institutions that may not have enough funding nor structural supports to kind of build the foundation of an effective transit program on their own. And so my ask and what I think would be good is very simple. I really would love to see community colleges, hopefully specifically Ohlone College, though if not, other community colleges in the region be included in this transit pilot pass program, because the students of community colleges tend to be very diverse, and it would be a really good data point to see what happens when we go from no transit program at all to a transit program that is very inclusive, that and that allows increased mobility, increased transit for students. So that would be really good data. And also would be very good for students. I know that I, as well as being a student of Ohlone College, am a student at Las Positas College, where we can use our ID as a bus pass in the Tri-Valley for free. This has really helped me be able to go places. And I think that other students at Ohlone College and at other community colleges should be afforded similar opportunities. So again, in conclusion, please push for increased inclusion of community colleges into this transit pilot pass program. Thank you.
I want to thank the students, everyone who called in today on this item, but understanding that especially community college students are far more likely to use transportation, even sometimes traveling further than their four-year counterparts. It's the sentiment, I think, was heard loud and clear. Very thankful for your voice. Now we will go to item B. And I think that there's going to be a great presentation, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of board questions and some comments, and we're going to try also to get what we need to get done. While this is an information item, the staff has continued to provide the board consistent updates. There are in both items B and C some updates that I think that will be interesting to both the public and board. And for the public, the board has individually had the opportunity to talk to the board staff, but we do use these meetings to either extend our questions and to provide both the public with an opportunity to hear what concerns us or what we want to make clear. Item B, the rail service plan for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 24, operating budgets, sources, and uses. This is an item for information only. Pamela, take it away.
Well, thank you, Chairperson Simon. I'm going to turn it over pretty quickly to Shane Edwards, who needs no introduction, and then John McCormick, our Director of Operations Planning. They're going to kick off this presentation, and then we'll roll into the budget with our usual team of Chris Simi, the Budget Director, and Mike Eisman, Director of Financial Planning. Then we'll close and take board questions and comments. So with that, I turn it over to Shane and John.
Thank you, Pam. Good morning, board.
Today's agenda will be the rail service plan with a short review of FY22. Then we will get right into FY23 rail service plan, and we'll talk at length about future service expansion constraints and our path forward. From a budget standpoint, we'll hit the major changes, operating budget sources and uses, our net result of federal emergency assistance and need. We'll give you a revised fiscal runway, and then we'll talk about next steps in our calendar going forward. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you John McCormick.
Good morning, directors. I'm the Director of Operations Planning. FY22 saw a tremendous amount of change, which we leveraged into some successes. In August, service doubled, and we changed the service map to align 2 routes to SFO. In February, we began 7-day 5-line service and operated almost 5% more train hours than we did in 2019. We made big gains on capital projects and restarted Fleet of the Future deliveries. And just last month, we redesigned train routing and signage at SFO, improving the customer experience. But the year was not without challenges, including COVID-related critical staffing, rail cars on hold for just over a year, and most recently, the R-line power cable issue. As we look to fiscal year 23, we want to design train service to be efficient, equitable, and passenger friendly. We've learned that consistent timetables, even headways, and efficient transfers are best for passengers, as well as coordinating service with our regional partners. Our approach to scheduling emphasizes both peak commuters as well as essential and service workers who are more likely to use BART on nights and weekends. Finally, we've prioritized and accelerated hiring of critical staff and will continue our commitment to rebuild the aging infrastructure. FY23 service levels are going to be very consistent with FY22, with a number of noticeable service design improvements. The current schedule is built around all-day single tracking on Sundays through San Francisco, requiring trains to be bunched together, making it feel like there are fewer trains. In September, this restriction will be removed, allowing us to smooth out train service all day for even headways. We're copying that new Sunday timing pattern across the other 6 days of the week for 7-day timetable alignment on the yellow, blue, and orange lines. This will benefit passengers and our regional partners who need to coordinate their schedules for clean transfers. We'll still be running some single tracking, but those days will be announced as special days, not part of our base timetable. And of course, we'll continue ramping up the use of event trains to support the Bay Area's growing event calendar. As you may recall, our evening 3-line service is designed for single tracking through San Francisco. This has provided valuable work time for BART and contractors to allow several hours of work time in addition to the short overnight blanket work window. Since 2019, the result for passengers has been bunching of yellow and blue line trains through the single track zone in San Francisco. In September, that restriction will be removed, allowing smoother headways between the blue and yellow lines, and that schedule will align 7 nights a week. Again, there will still be periods of single tracking, but those days will be announced ahead of time. This 3-line service pattern is going to continue through the work for Measure RR and Cbtc for those project durations as we open up work time to rebuild the railroad. I described that our headways between trains is going to improve in September. Here's what I mean by that statement. This slide shows an example from weekend daytime 5-line service. In the current schedule, if you're waiting for a train anywhere south of Bayfair, southbound trains are spaced alternating between 10 and 20 minutes apart, and northbound trains between 4 and 26 minutes apart, as shown in red. Just below that in green, the September schedule will provide trains that are more evenly spaced at 14 and 16 minutes southbound and 12 and 18 minutes northbound. This balanced train spacing will feel much closer to the ideal 15-minute spacing along those lines. And this example shows the headway improvement for 3-line evening service, where the big improvement is on the M line through San Francisco. Evenings are currently designed for signal tracking every night. As a result, train spacing alternates between 2 and 28 minutes, both northbound and southbound, as shown in red. Starting in September, the train spacing will alternate between 14 and 16 minutes southbound and between 12 and 18 minutes northbound, as shown in green. It's going to feel to evening riders like we're running a lot more service. Even as BART is running more train hours of service than pre-pandemic, we're also looking to the future. We committed during the pandemic to be more mindful of the service needs of essential and service workers and their need for more service on nights and weekends. We discussed the phase 1 improvements for September with better frequencies and 7-day alignment. The next likely service expansion includes increasing evening service on Saturdays by extending the 5-line service pattern until closing. Once that is successful, we would consider the same pattern for Fridays. Saturday ridership has been the fastest to recover. We will consider increasing Saturday service to match weekdays with 15-minute all-day 5-line service. The crucial constraint for expanding nights and weekends is train operator and rail controller staffing, which I'll discuss on the next slide. Finally, the 5 a.m. weekday system opening, which was introduced in 2018 for the Trans-Bay Seismic Project. Very similar invasive work in the core is going to be continuing with the Cbtc project, the K-line rebuild through downtown Oakland, and Measure RR work. So we'll be reevaluating that weekday 5 a.m. opening time after those projects are completed. So getting a bit into staffing, BART is already recruiting train operators and rail controllers to meet today's service demands. And any plans for service expansion just add to those recruiting targets. So with those targets in mind, our current best estimate is that we need to onboard an additional 50 train operators and an additional 9 rail controllers to be ready for that service expansion. This slide shows timing and volume for onboarding the train operators and rail controllers. 50 train operators seems like a lot, but BART is really set up to onboard a class of 12 people at a time with a 4-month training period. In addition, we can run up to 3 classes at a time as long as they're staggered. So we predict that we can make our recruiting target of 50 by late in calendar year 2022 or early calendar year 2023. Rail controllers are onboarded much more gradually, with classes of 3 people starting every 6 months. And generally, only about 1 in 3 of those make it all the way to certification. When you picture BART Operation Control Center, you can imagine that only 1 trainee can be on duty at a console per shift to allow for proper training and oversight with experienced personnel. So onboarding rail controllers is clearly the most challenging constraint to growth, which is why we're taking a fresh approach to the process from end to end. Just last week, BART launched an independent review of the OCC work environment, operation, and staffing. We expect improvements to the job description and recruiting, as well as training and retention strategies to help accelerate our plans to staff up that department. Just to summarize the timeline, Phase 1 brings more consistent frequencies beginning in September. Phase 2 will require some time to increase our ranks of train operators and rail controllers. We're targeting February of 2023 to start providing more evening service. We're going to wait and see how quickly we can improve rail controller onboarding before picking a date for Saturday all-day service. These phase 2 scenarios are both likely next steps we can take that are already on our radar. Other increased adjustments will be considered as we learn more about ridership growth and new patterns that emerge in the coming remainder of the calendar year. And also as specific construction projects are completed and they make room for more service. Finally, phase 3 will be considered only after our major infrastructure renewal projects are completed. Now I'll pass it on to Chris Simi for the budgets presentation.
Good morning, directors. Christopher Simi, Budget Director here. We are transitioning away from rail service now to discuss the budget. I'll give a quick overview over the next couple slides, then Mike Eisman will discuss revenues before I finish the presentation. We've spent a good deal of time discussing the proposed budget with you guys over the past few months. And so this presentation is mostly focused on highlighting the changes that have been made since we were last in front of you on March 24th and then again 2 weeks ago. And as you will recall, in adopting the FY22 budget, we were focused on service, safety, and system cleanliness. That isn't changing in FY23 and FY24, while we are, of course, always mindful of our fiscal runway. And you'll see this over the presentation, but one important current year trend to note is that we've seen some vacancy-driven underspending this year, which reduces our need for federal emergency assistance. That means we'll have more to extend the back end of our fiscal runway further into FY26, which we'll discuss a lot more towards the end of this presentation. And on the next slide here, we've highlighted the biggest changes we made since the preliminary budget was released on March 31st. We'll cover each of these in some detail over the course of this presentation. And now I am turning this over to Mike Eisman, who will cover sources over the next 4 slides.
Thank you, Chris. Starting off here by revisiting the ridership recovery assumptions underlying the revenue budget, using our familiar metric of percent of pre-pandemic expectations. The light colored dotted blue line here is our adopted fiscal 22 budget for ridership. The orange line is actual ridership through April, and the dark blue dotted line is base case ridership recovery that informs the 2-year budget. Assumptions are very similar to what you saw from the preliminary budget in March, with a small adjustment made to reflect actuals outperforming expectations by just a couple of percentage points over the last couple of months. In these assumptions, annual ridership increases 54% from fiscal 22 to 23, and then a further 24% in fiscal 24. Next, we have a series of tables that break down the various categories of the budget. The whole series is in the same format. The first column of data, we show the fiscal 22 adopted budget. Next, the fiscal 22 year-end forecast. Next, the fiscal 23 preliminary budget, and then the proposed budget that we're bringing you today. Columns in the middle show the changes from preliminary to proposed in dollar and percent terms, and the last 4 columns show the fiscal 24 preliminary, proposed, and again, the difference. This slide shows operating revenue in the budget, which is essentially unchanged from the preliminary budget. A few things to note, we do project fiscal 22 fare revenue will be about 20% below budget by year end. Note also that fare revenue is budgeted to increase slightly more than ridership in fiscal 23, and that's due to an increase in the average fare. Recall the fiscal 22 fare revenue included 50% off fares during the month of September, which we did not budget for the upcoming year. Note also that the budget includes the proposed 3.4% less than CPI fare increase, which was previously deferred from January. The fare increase contributes $7.5 million to the budget in fiscal 23 and $9.6 million in fiscal 24. As a key element of the district's long-term fiscal stability strategy, the board's CPI-based fare increase policy calls for small, predictable price adjustments every other year to ensure that prices track with cost growth over the long term. While no price increase is ever easy or popular, the board's discipline on this policy since 2006 is what has allowed us to avoid the large and unpredictable price increases riders struggled with in prior decades. The next table summarizes financial assistance, which is essentially unchanged from the preliminary budget. Again, we expect stronger than budget sales tax in fiscal 22 and the assumption of very modest sales tax growth over the next 2 years as we price in economic uncertainty on several fronts. And next, Chris will discuss operating expense. Excuse me. I did want to, just before we move on, just briefly summarize the operating revenue. This slide shows the combined financial assistance and operating revenue. Total increase over 2 years, 11% in fiscal 23, 13% in fiscal 24. Our largest revenue source remains sales tax of our regular revenues. And for fiscal 22, you'll note that the strong sales tax results roughly offset the below budget fair revenue.
Thanks, Mike. I'll cover expenses now, and we are going to start with our labor budget for fiscal years 23 and 24. So this is an area where we have made a significant change since the preliminary budget, which you can see on the very first line, which is wages. As you know, like other transit providers, as well as almost all employers in the Bay Area, BART faces an extremely challenging hiring environment. This has led to more positions staying unfilled than we would like. We continue to work internally and with our stakeholders on driving down this vacancy rate. But at the same time, from a fiscal standpoint, our goal is to bring our budget and actuals into closer alignment. So in this case, that means adjusting the vacancy rate up 2.5% in each year from what you saw at the end of March to 10% in FY23 and 7.5% in FY24. And as you know, this is actually sort of an area where we want spending to occur. So for example, as we saw earlier, more TOs and rail controllers would support more service. But this adjustment here is about being transparent about the challenges the district, like all employers in transit in the region, faces in hiring right now. When we come back in a year to discuss the FY24 and 25 budgets, we do hope to be able to lower our vacancy assumptions. On this next slide, you have the same information expressed in terms of positions, where we have made some changes since the preliminary budget described in the bullets. So first, we did add 3 new positions to handle various new compliance requirements. We also added hiring authority for 25 positions in transportation to ensure we can hire enough train operators to sustain the service that John McCormick just briefed you on. And in a bit of a departure from past practices, we are not funding them for a full fiscal year, as we don't expect these positions to be filled on July 1st. Instead, they are funded for 6 months in FY23 and then a full year in FY24. And that aligns with the February 2023 bid. And note that since this chart shows FTEs, which is full-time equivalent positions, those 25 actually show up as 12.5 FTEs in FY23 and then annualized to a full 25 in FY24. Finally, on the capital side, we have generally held back on new positions as we work to fill vacancies. The exception here is for some additional staff at RS&S to handle Fleet of the Future modifications and support CBTC. This slide here covers non-labor, and we haven't made any substantial changes since the preliminary budget, so I'll go ahead and move to the next slide. This is debt service and allocations, as you can see, and we do have some notable changes to highlight here. As you know, allocations are transfers out of the operating budget that primarily support capital investments. So let's start with the sustainability allocation. As you will recall, we are bringing this back in FY23 after suspending it for the past 2 fiscal years. You will also recall that per board policy, it is set at 50% of low carbon fuel standard, or LCFS, revenues in the previous year. And as we head toward the end of the current year, we are seeing lower than expected credit pricing, which is depressing those revenues. So it's nothing to do with the number of credits we are generating, rather the pricing of those credits. And secondly, you'll notice an increase in the capital reinvestment line. That is because we have added about 1.9 million in FY23 to fund underground restroom reopenings. There are no other changes here since the preliminary budget. So this slide summarizes all of the FY23 and 24 expenses we've covered over the past 4 slides. And I want to take a moment here to actually discuss the current year, since it's all summarized in the first 2 columns of numbers. We've discussed vacancies over the course of this presentation, but you can see on the bullet there just how much of our budget to actuals variance in the current year is driven by those vacancies. And that really explains why we increased the vacancy rate in FY23 and 24. We believe it's a reasonable assumption to make at this time. And in fact, if you look at the FY22 columns, you can see that we budgeted about $650 million in total labor costs in the current year, but currently forecast to only spend $588 million. I'll note that we did add a large number of positions in the current year, but it is clear that the assumptions around vacancies were too low, and we're just attempting to correct that here. As we get to the end of this presentation, we'll cover our net result and federal emergency assistance need. This slide is intended to highlight our federal emergency assistance need, and you can see all of our traditional sources, so everything we had before COVID, followed by our expenses. The difference between the two is the net result, which you can see in that second line from the bottom there, and it remains very much negative in each year. Right now, we project to need almost $314 million of federal emergency assistance in FY23 and another $273 million in FY24. The amount we use in any year, of course, affects how much we have to use in future years. And we can see that on this following slide, which is our fiscal runway. And so the dotted line shows our fiscal runway as of the preliminary budget memo on March 31st, and the solid line shows the updated runway. I'll remind you that the vertical axis shows our allocation of that one-time federal emergency assistance, while the horizontal axis represents time. As you can see, the runway is a bit longer than before. Instead of ending in very early FY26, it now extends about halfway into that fiscal year. And we will, of course, continue to monitor this runway and endeavor to extend it as much as possible as we work to build ridership and secure additional revenues while continuing to provide a high level of service. And our final slide is just our timeline. After today, we have a public hearing scheduled for the next board meeting on May 26th, and then a vote scheduled on June 9th. That concludes our presentation, and we are, of course, happy to take questions at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And I'm confirming that we have moved through items B and C. Am I correct, Pamela?
That was just item B. Item C will come after board comment and public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have board comments. But before we go to board comments, I'd love to go to public comment. Mr. Secretary, are there members of the public who'd like to speak?
Yes, we've just unmuted Alita. Please go ahead.
Thank you again. Chair Latifah Simon, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Thank you for indulging my testimony on this matter. Lots of important things. Budget is very important to me as an ordinary rider of BART. And looks like we're making our fiscal runway last longer because when you have heavy planes and aircraft engines, you need distance. So that's a good thing because budgets are kind of like aircraft engines. And certainly we got to work on our electricity. Hopefully, as I've said before, manage it closely and so we can run more trains with it. And I think back to our rail service map. I'm still concerned that we have not addressed the matter of service frequency on the Oakland Airport connector. I use it, so we don't want to leave that out as to how many trips per hour we're going to do on that. So we can't leave that out. And the calculations of service frequency can be complex and perhaps a bit confusing because on the main lines themselves, the numbers are obvious. But the service changes when you go through the various junctions, such as the Oakland Y and the split at MacArthur. So in reality, I can get there are 16 trips per hour through the main line in San Francisco, but not all of those are going to take me to MacArthur. It's the only way I get the full frequency is for me to get off at West Oakland, which I often do. Hopefully we can get back up to 20 trains per hour. And I'm interested in us getting more operators and rail controllers. I think there has to be an explainer as to what all these positions do. I'm guessing rail controllers are much like air traffic. If you ever listen to live ATC and here at Los Angeles, you're RNAV to take off 24 left. RNAV to Del Rey, contact departure. So I guess it's kind of something like that. So we want to make sure that we get these people certified, so that way I'm not sitting in the tunnel. Over time, we got to work on that. I want us to have more people. And lastly, we talk about things essential in service. We talk about subject of essential workers. I maintain to you that I am just as essential. There shouldn't be a hierarchy of who is more essential than others. I too am essential, and I pay reduced fare, and reduced fare must never mean reduced service, because BART is not just about people that may be labeled as essential, but it is the people system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pree. I believe there are 2 more public commenters. District Secretary.
Yes, a caller whose number ends in 3993, please go ahead.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, BART Board of Directors and General Manager. This is Sal Cruz, President of the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, Local 3993. Thank you for the informative presentation. AFSCME appreciates the recent commitment of the BART Board, the General Manager, and Transportation Management to prioritize the urgent staffing needs of the Operations Control Center and understanding the important relationship between the staffing of critical positions in the Control Center and being able to provide safe and efficient rail service to our passengers. We can see the very early stages of a plan forming, but just to be clear, there is no plan yet. We're just moving in the right direction. And from a rail controller who specializes in moving trains in the right direction, this is a promising development. This effort has many moving parts, and it will take several years for us to get to optimal staffing levels and a healthier work environment. But there are actions we can take right now to increase our chance of success. We need to build a strong recruitment and compensation plan that will attract qualified employees now. What we ask of rail controller trainees is significant. We're asking them to give up their lives for up to 17 months in a challenging, high-stress training program, days, nights, graveyards, weekends, studying, tests, drills, with a tremendous amount of responsibility. Where do we sign up for that? We have a potentially large pool of BART employees to draw from, but it will take a formidable recruitment campaign that incentivizes them to take the sacrifice to join the OCC training program, and to assure them that if they are unable to complete the program, we can place them back to their former position with no loss of pay or seniority. We can't just ask them to sacrifice, we must do the same. Let's not forget about existing employees who have reached their limits. We need a strong retention plan to make sure they stick around. There are employees actively trying to transfer out of the control center or just outright leave. It's not enough anymore just to say, we're working on this. We need a plan to keep them now, and one that addresses fatigue management, change of work culture, improving morale, and employee management relationships, and modernizing processes and procedures in the OCC. You have AFSCME's commitment that we will do what it takes to get us there. The BART system is at least a decade away from being completely rebuilt. In the meantime, you will need skilled professionals in the control center that can manage multiple systems in an aging train system. Manage 2 train fleets, the legacy and the fleet of the future trains, and oversee the transition from the existing automatic train control system as it is replaced by communications-based train control. That will require a lot of well-coordinated work. I also wanted to stress that recruitment and retention challenges are not confined to the control center. Although more urgent, other departments with AFSCME represented employees district-wide are facing similar challenges. I did want to make also a clarification regarding the slide on page 9 titled Critical Positions Needed for Service Increase. There's a blue chart there, bar, 24 rail controller positions filled. The actual number is closer to 15 because that number includes trainees that are not certified and can't be used. It also includes controllers that can't be used for a variety of different reasons. So directors, I appreciate once again your time, and general manager, and look forward to continuing to work with all of those involved to make this program successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next public commenter, we appreciate your voice. I believe we have 3 more. Is that correct, April?
We have 2 more hands raised at this time. Additional hands, yes. Jesse, please go ahead.
Good morning, BART Board of Directors, Chair Simon, President Saltzman. My name is Jesse Hunt, and I'm the President and Business Agent for ATU Local 1555, representing the bulk of the frontline workers at BART, the largest groups being our station agents and our train operators. From the beginning of the pandemic, our members have been putting themselves at risk to keep BART running. As we've begun to come out of the pandemic, still facing those risks, our members have stepped in and picked up significantly increased workloads, working many hours of overtime in order to adapt to the increased service, while the district has worked to hire the staff needed to get our service and our ridership back. We wholeheartedly support staff's plan to move forward with the improved service. We fully recognize that if our train service is not running at the times and the frequencies that our passengers need, we're not going to get those riders into the system. But as noted in the presentation, this will not be without its challenges. We are critically short-staffed, not just the train operator position that is the most obviously needed to increase the service, but also with our station agents, our foreworkers, and our training and support positions, which will be necessary to bring on and sustain this needed staffing. Our members can only work so many extra hours before they get worn down and are unable to continue making up for these staffing shortages. We are prepared and optimistic about partnering with the district to achieve these goals, but we encourage the BART Board of Directors to recognize that in the current economic climate, steps must be taken to ensure the recruitment of quality candidates, and just as importantly, the retention of our current highly skilled and experienced workforce. It should be noted that for the vacancies, often the vacancies that are in AFSCME positions, the rail controller positions, often the most successful candidates of those positions come from the ATU ranks. And so those positions then need to be backfilled as well. We have significant challenges, but we're committed to continue partnering with the district to try to reach those challenges. And as always, I thank you for the opportunity to address this body, and we, as we all work together to keep the Bay Area moving. Thank you.
Next public commenter.
Valerie, please go ahead.
Hi, Valerie Lancey calling from San Francisco. Very excited to see the plan to improve headways for evening and weekend service. I want to comment definitely that having consistent headways is super important, in particular for recreational travel, which is disproportionately at times like that, because people don't necessarily know when they're going to get to the BART station. They kind of just depart whatever they're doing, show up at the station, and are more likely to have a wait compared to a trip out where they plan exactly when they're going to get to the station and get a train. As well as the consistent headway time, having low transfer time is also especially valuable at that, just because that can vastly increase the time spent in a 3-line service pattern. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. I believe we have one more. April, am I counting correctly?
There are no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Excellent. Thank you so much, members of the public and staff, and our labor partners for calling in. We do have board comments, and I see 5, but I'm sure that might shift with the conversation. What I want to try to do, colleagues, is try to move us through item B in the next 15 minutes. I'm hoping we can get there. That is just a goal, so that we can go to item C, which I know that staff are eagerly ready and willing to be in dialogue and presentation with this board. I'll start with how I see you all with your hands raised on my screen. It's Director Dufty, Director Rayburn, Director Ames, followed by Director Lee, and we will conclude with Director Lee, Director Foley, we'll conclude with President Saltzman. So Director Dufty, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I had heard anecdotally about difficulties with train operator classes, but I appreciate Mr. McCormick really shining a light on train controllers and the fact that we're averaging only 1 out of 3 in a training class graduating. And those are very alarming numbers for me. And I did message our Assistant General Manager of Administration, Alaric de Graffenried, and he is aware of this, and he suggested or raised the possibility that we have more robust exit interviews to understand why individuals are either not succeeding. And it would come to mind to me is, do we have retired train controllers that could mentor individuals that are in this training program to help them be successful? Would that be something that would be less stressful for the retiree, but really add value to this? And I would offer that, I understand that we're quite short on rail controller technicians, that's a classification and as we are looking to migrate successfully to CBTC, I think that some of these classifications that Mr. Hunt and Mr. Cruz talked about, really, we need to kind of be a strike force to look at some of the issues and how we can do a better job in improving retention and in the recruitment aspect to get candidates that are stronger. And I'd like to ask our general manager, who is always so innovative and creative in responding to things, whether it might not make sense to have Alaric and some of his key people working with the performance staff in Pam's shop. And I'd really like to have some of this come back to us and talk to us what we're going to do about these specific areas and how we can be more creative. Because right then and there, like even if we made it 2 out of 3, that would be a big improvement, much less 3 out of 3 in more of the train controller classifications. So I just would really appreciate, Bob, if this would be a possibility, bringing Pam and Alaric together and some of their people, and let's bring in our labor partners to offer their ideas and creativity to really improving the productivity of these recruitments and retention. Thank you.
So Director Dufty, Bob Powers, BART General Manager, and maybe to the entire BART board, because I suspect that the theme of hiring many, if not all, of the electeds are, the BART board members here might have some comments on or questions on. So let me just try to direct my comments here to all of those. And look, so there's nothing more pressing right now that I have on my plate than hiring and staffing up at BART. And so I've met with Alaric, I've met with John and Jesse and Sal, in the OA and the MA. And so Bevan, or Director Dufty, sorry, we will. I mean, I'm on this, we'll get a strike force. So I've been thinking about this, and we've already started thinking about this on the controller side. I had everybody up on the 10th floor the other day, looking at the job description, look at how we're recruiting and where we're recruiting on there. I asked these guys and gals to look at, their pay rate, is that not right with what we're asking these men and women to do? I have TRA in there right now looking at what they're doing. And these are specifically on the controllers, but we'll expand that to, what we're doing with the operators and what we're doing with Jesse's 4 workers and all that. But making sure at the controllers that they're focusing on just the control act, that we don't have additional job duties that they're looking at that could be assigned to somebody else in there. So I'm looking at all that. You're absolutely right on the strike force thing, and that's where I was going with this, Bevan, and BART board members, that there's nothing. We need to put this agency, and I will put this agency in a position that when we're going to put more service back out there, when that time is, that hiring and staffing won't be a variable in that. And so I'll get with Alaric, I'll get with, John, Jesse, Keith, Sal, and others, and we'll put a plan together. We'll put some kind of cadence, and some kind of reporting structure back out to the BART Board of Directors, because you do need to hold me accountable for this, because I think the path to world-class transit service in the Bay Area is going to run through hiring, and I'm committed to doing that. So I know all 9 of you have got questions on hiring and how we're going to navigate this. So I just wanted to take that head on, and Bevan, I'm with you. So we're going to pull this thing together, and I'll figure out a reporting structure back to the board on how we're doing here.
Thank you so very much, Bob. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And next up, we have Director Rayburn. A couple of you have texted me, and thank you so much, because this is a very hefty item, and board members do have a lot of questions and concerns, some that they've discussed with staff and some that have come up in this presentation. And I want to make sure that I'm honoring that. And so text and push back if you feel like we're moving too quickly. This is a really, really important item. I do understand that. I would love, based on sort of these texts that I've gotten from you all, and this is our space, and so I want to respect that. I'm asking the general manager, with, again, all that we have, I know board members, there is a closed session, President Salzman. I'm hoping that with this discussion time, the next presentation and questions, we can end the admin by noon. Again, that is a goal. So with that said, we'll go, that's a goal. We'll move to, I believe it was Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon, and thank you, Director Duffy, for your question, and General Manager Powers for your response. I really appreciate seeing the service plan being rolled out. I asked for a thorough presentation on the costs, and I believe that 13.1 million is a drop in the bucket to provide better service for our passengers. But of course, what we're seeing is that we don't have the personnel to actually deliver that service, particularly in February next year, when we would like to expand into not just Saturday, but Fridays as well, with improved evening service. And so we really get to the issue of hiring, and our staffing is critical. We heard recently from the chief that, yes, 291 recruits. Well, how did he do that? With, what is it, a $15,000 bonus that if hired? And perhaps that might be one solution, but I also believe that we're seeing the results of inflation in the Bay Area, and the competitiveness for hiring is very stiff. So we may very well need to reevaluate each of the positions and consider what we're paying, as well as maybe the bonus might be a good incentive. I also want to voice a criticism and a concern over push out for the long term to essentially 2028, when we finish Cbtc and all the roadbed work. I would like to hear from staff about, is there any prospect that these projects can be moved up? It's not fair to tell our passengers that, yeah, that Sunday service is going to look a lot like current Sunday service through 2028. What are the prospects?
Well, Director Rayburn, Shane Edwards, I think to answer your question, our thoughts were it was more important to be forward-thinking in our future projects, such as one that we haven't discussed a whole lot of, but we will be bringing it to the board because it's massive. But in 2024, 2025, we will be performing work on the K line between K23 and K30. That will result in days of an entire line being shut down for days at a time. We're looking at massive bus bridges, coordination with Caltrans, things of that nature. That one is not 100% completed at this time, but we do know that that will influence our scheduling going forward in a big way. There was also a mention of throughput in the Transbay Tube and the core of BART. And in order to get that up to 32 to 34 trains, we do need Cbtc to have the time that it needs to get its work done. So that is the reason, and the two primary reasons, actually, not the only reasons, but the two primary of the 2028 date. Now, we will obviously will revisit new service as we can. But as far as that was in reference to the 5 a.m. opening specifically, that we cannot contemplate going back to 4 a.m. until then. We will continue to look at improved service everywhere, depending on obviously our head count and lessons learned. We want to challenge ourselves, but not be able to deliver, sir. So that's what we meant by that date.
Fair enough. So we're looking at perhaps the end of 2020, fiscal year 26, not 28.
No, the ongoing Cbtc project, we haven't got a final schedule yet, but we do know that the M line will be the first after they're done testing to be cut over. That will include the core. Then there are certain requirements in that contract that they get out to A50, for example, and R50 before we have to contemplate those changes. So that schedule will also dictate whether that's 2028 or 2027. But at this time, we've used 2028 as a milestone, and we'll look at it annually at a minimum.
Thank you. Is that the conclusion of your questions, Director?
Yes, I muted.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's go to Director Ames, Director Foley, Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Simon. So I'm concerned about the union reps coming up and saying we have significant challenges in staffing critical positions. And I did talk to Alaric also and realized, there are employers across the country that are having problems hiring. And so I'm wondering if we could consider not improving service levels and focus on retention, hiring and retaining employees, because I think this is a fine balance. I don't want to see what happened last year where I got repeated text messages and emails from August to December of late trains, people not showing up because we didn't have enough train operators. And I know we're continuously improving this balance between hiring and delivering service. So because I'm concerned about this, I have these questions, like if we wanted to increase service in September through the fall and the winter months, what is our ridership right now in those evening hours? I mean, do we have like ridership numbers from 6 p.m. to midnight? Do we have that estimated?
Director Ames, this is Pam Herhold. We do have that data. I don't have it at my fingertips right here, but I can tell you that staff took a quick look at evening ridership based upon our discussion the other day, and ridership in the evenings is growing on par with, if not just a little bit higher than our overall weekday ridership.
Okay. Well, that's a little surprising to me, but thank you, Pam, for that. Just because last year, in the fall, which is when we're talking about increasing service, there's the flu season starts. There's also some issues. People are saying, you know, we may have a potential recession. There's a 35% chance, possibly a 50% chance. It's all on the news. So there's a chance of recession. There's the potential, you know, drop in ridership because of a COVID outbreak. And I looked at our ridership last January went down to 25%. And it just, you know, the fall and the winter months are not the greatest times to increase service right now. I think maybe we should be considering not spending that extra money and looking at our talent pool and focusing on employment and retention. This is just an idea. I don't know. I think we're rushing this, and why do we need to rush? Also, my other comments on the fare increases. You know, I looked at a survey that we did, and it's here, December 2019. And we had, this is pre-COVID, of course, in the days. So it says, you know, BART is too expensive. That's like the top fourth concern. It's at 17%. And now we've got inflation pressures. So I'm sure that 17% concern is potentially double. I mean, I don't know. Do we have any survey data on if BART is too expensive? This is.
And Director Ames, before staff responds to that, I do want to remind you, we have 4 other directors and we do.
Okay, I guess we can circle back on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And if, yeah, please.
Okay, so this is just a survey. It says BART, you know, why not commute on BART? And the 4th item is BART's too expensive. And I've heard this over and over. I mean, so I'm just wondering, you know, we've got an increase in sales tax. It's offsetting our fare revenue drop. So I'm wondering also, if we don't increase the service, we could also not increase the fares. So that's out there.
So that we can continue.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Is there a staff response to that question? Or those? Okay.
Absolutely, I can respond. So just to reiterate, the fare increase, the less than inflation based fare increase that we've programmed, is not to support the additional service. Actually, it is to simply keep up with the increasing cost of doing business, and it is a program that the board has long supported. Small, less than inflation based fare increases every 2 years. So unfortunately, the fare increase is not in place to support the service expansion, but rather just to support the continuing cost of providing the service that we're providing today.
Okay, thank you. And I would encourage, you know, there are other points that Director Ains brought up. If staff could also circle back with her on those if they have not already. We have Director Foley and Director Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am concerned about the length of the hiring process, retention issues, and potential impacts on service and our staff. So I had a couple of questions. Do we have a hiring timeline goal or metric at BART? Something like 30, 60, 90 days? What does that look like?
Staff?
Alaric's getting up to the podium. Sorry about that, Chair.
Oh, no worries.
And Director Foley, hi. As Malik DeGraff read, the Assistant General Manager for Administration. So yes, we do have as various metrics to as our goal and to bring on board staff. It depends on if we have an active list or not. Typically, if we do have an active list, we're able to bring individuals on board within about as 30 days. If we don't have an active list in place, it as it typically takes about as 100 every 20 days. So what we're doing right now is trying to evaluate processes where we're going to be able to have more active lists in place, so we can expedite as hiring processes there.
Okay, a follow-up on that. Do we have continuous opening recruitments for positions that we see either high turnover or greater need?
And we do. So we for the positions that we do have large amounts of every turnover, whether it be in the train operators, the station agents, and positions like that. We as we certainly do partner with as hiring managers to make sure that we do, as post those positions as such.
Okay, thank you, Alaric. I certainly do support work that you do, and as the union presidents have mentioned, anything to accelerate that timeline, especially for classifications that don't require a lengthy certification process. I think we really should try to accelerate those as much as we can. So you fully have my support on that. Shifting gears, I understand the need for the CPI increase. We don't want to fall behind, but I am concerned about the increase during a pandemic and the impact on our riders that are already facing a lot of other financial challenges. So I as a question for staff, which Bay Area transit agencies have increased their fares this year or last?
Director Mike Eisman here. I can tell you that Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District did a fare increase last year. It's part of a pre-planned series of fare increases similar to the one we're making now. We have had others, seen others, including Caltrain and Muni, defer theirs.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Director Foley.
All right, last point.
Director Foley, this is Pam. I'm sorry to interrupt. I
Sure.
just also want to remind the board, because we all forget this, that this fare increase that we're proposing for July 1 is a deferral of 6 months. It was initially supposed to go into place on January 1.
Understood. Thank you, Pam. And just sort of, in my humble opinion, really big picture thought, I personally think we need to provide more frequent, shorter trains. Rather than 10-car trains every 15 minutes as a goal, I think we ultimately need something like 5-car trains every 7 minutes. I think that helps insulate us against service models with other agencies. If the bus runs on a different schedule, if you only have to wait 5 or 10 minutes for a BART train versus 15 or 20, that makes a big difference. So I would just encourage staff to look kind of bigger picture as we replace the computer-based train control system. We need to staff accordingly. We need to look sort of outside the box. How do we minimize those headways and maximize the staff needed to support that? So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And I have 3 more members of the board who wish to have comments and questions on this item. I am not going to shorten their time because I didn't shorten other folks' time, but I do want to make it clear on item C, I am going to end discussion, debate, and questions as close to 12 as possible. So once we do get to item, the last item, I would just encourage BART board members to have succinct questions that they need answered, and or in board matters, provide the public what you weren't able to do. We just got to get through this item, and I apologize. I'm not going to shorten time for Deborah Allen or President Salzman and Director Lee, as I didn't with the other folks. But we will have to move through the last item fairly quickly. Thank you, Director Allen, please. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Simon, and I appreciate you not shortening my time. The question for staff: does the proposed fiscal year 23 budget before us assume any of these future service expansion items that were shown on slide 8?
Director Allen, Chris Simi here. It does assume those. The positions that are required to do those service expansions are included in the budget.
Okay. So I'm really concerned about the state of our workforce. I understand the talk about expanding service, and we would all love to, have a really super efficient service and robust service, more robust than we have now. But I think we also have to be practical here. We do have a workforce problem. There continues to be turnover at multiple levels, but especially in our own administration. Our human resources director has recently left the district without that person, and having to go through another recruitment to replace that person. And there's going to be a delay in hiring. I see that. I think we should be turning our focus away from service expansion and new programs and initiatives, and we should be really digging in and getting our house in order. And there needs to be an extensive analysis of every department and the number of positions needed. And I just don't feel like we have a good handle on this. When the DRIP was offered to all employees of retirement age a year or so ago, I asked if staff had done an evaluation of what impact this would have on individual departments, on what were the needs of each department, and how many people could potentially take that DRIP and leave, and how many people would need to be rehired. And the answer was no. So we went ahead and I don't know, 300 or so people, we paid additional money to have them retire, and now we're rehiring many of those positions. So I'm not sure that I know, for one, I am not real happy with the workforce management process that I have seen over the last 2 years. Our projected actual, I'm going to jump into a little bit of budget here. Our projected actual results for fiscal year 22 budget that ends in 6 weeks. Okay, so we should be really pretty close for a budget, period that ends in 6 weeks. It's 948 million as our actual. And we have before us a proposed budget that spends 1.03 billion, which is about a 9% increase over what our forecasted actual is for this existing year. No raises should be factored into that, because we're not projecting to reach, really 50% until the very end of this fiscal year. So I'm not really sure how we go up 9% over what we spent this year. And I guess that's because we're going to increase service. Yet we're only really looking at increasing ridership by maybe 15 percentage points. So these increases don't add up, but I'm particularly concerned about slide 20, where we continue to budget for now a 10% vacancy rate, but we're still leaving those budgeted positions on, as potential fillable positions. I get that we're reducing that labor item by 10%, but that money is going to other areas. So I have real concerns about the increase of this budget. And when I look at the overall, I actually have a chart that shows me the operating budgets that from, before the pandemic, fiscal year 19, all the way to now, and what's being projected. Our fiscal year 20 budget was, operating budget was $947 million. And that budget was when we were carrying full so-called pre-pandemic ridership. And now our budget this year is a 9% increase over what that budget was for fiscal year 20, when we were at full ridership. I'm going to dig into this a little more, into the individual line items, but I just don't know how we can continue to increase the budget overall, and then talk about increasing ridership when we seem to have some really critical issues in our labor force at all levels. So I'm going to just end my comments there, and in the interest of time. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Director. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'll just give it a quick 5 seconds, and I would love to circle back offline with admin folks to figure out. Of course, I know you all are working very closely with our comms team and our employment site. There are a ton of positions there. But I do, in terms of, Pamela and your team and the GM, I know at the beginning of the pandemic, there were discussions, about with this board, members of the state legislature, local electeds who are outside of our system, calling for us to make sweeping layoffs in the numbers of 10 to 20%. And I know that there were some very tough decisions made and programs created to sort of lessen the harm. And we're beginning to get on the other side of the harm of the pandemic. But clearly, we look at the numbers, the hiring numbers for Muni, and we look at, low income communities, dense communities, even within San Francisco, and how they're affected by service reduction because of shortages of employees. We know in Los Angeles and again, in spaces like MTA and New York, there are these same issues. And I know that Alaric and your team, you guys are moving as quickly as you can to try to inspire folks to sort of come online and go through our very rigorous and long training process for trained operators. It isn't easy work. And it does, while there's deep concern on this board, I also hear that we're going to continue asking questions, but we're also rooting for folks to come and work for BART. President Saltzman, you'll go last, and I know you have comments, Vice President Lee, and then we'll move to item C.
Great. Thank you, Chair Simon. I think a lot of people have said a lot of what I'm feeling, so I'll try to be quicker on some of those pieces. So first, I just want to say thank you to staff. I know this board has consistently seen the numbers of weekend ridership and the changing peaks. We know that weekend ridership has returned faster than other times. And we keep pushing staff to develop service that responds to these changes and these new needs. So I'm personally excited to see, and see this as the starting point for our service narratives in our fiscal year 23 budget. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you can hear that in the background. The other thing is, I know that there are a lot of bunching issues, especially at the downtown SF stations due to single tracking. And I'm really glad that these service changes are going to be addressing that bunching issue. Overall, when it comes to service, I want to say that I absolutely believe this is a right move for this agency, and want to say that the folks who are pushing back against service increases now are the same people, truthfully, who pushed back against service increases previously. And I don't believe that as part of this budget approval, we need to relitigate this question of whether we should be moving towards austerity measures versus increasing service. I think this board has been very clear that increasing service is what we need to bring back our ridership, and it's what the Bay Area needs to get out of this pandemic, and it's what we should be doing as a public transit agency. That's the bottom line for me. I think everyone's really talked about these the labor issues. I first want to say thank you so much to our two of our presidents for calling in. As a board, we're just looking at maps and budgets, but it's really, the members of ATU, ASME, SEIU, POA that are really the folks who are the frontline staff who are doing the day-to-day work. So when we have presidents call in and share, the experiences of their members, that matters a lot to all of us, and you can see by our comments here today. General Manager Powers, I want to thank you for saying that you're going to really put a plan together and present that. I think that's a commitment that we all would like to see happen. And I would actually like to see that plan presented, even if it's just high level, even if it's just putting together all the initiatives that are already happening. If you could actually present that at our next BART board meeting, because we are going through, the budget conversation, whatever can be done to show the current initiatives. And I know that we are going to continue this conversation of what can be done to retain and really recruit staff. I'm hearing a lot of concerns around the hiring of qualified candidates, making sure that there's time for the training and not overstretching our current personnel. And I know that there's a lot that staff has in mind, and to be able to address these concerns and to bring them back would, I think, go a long way. I think the only last thing I really want to note here is around fare increases. So Director Foley, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah. I want to be honest, I don't think that there are really the votes here to delay the fare increase. I would be open to that for another 6 months, given that that is what other transit agencies have done. And I mean, I'll just note that the one transit agency noted, Golden Gate Transit, that has continued with their fare increase. They're also an agency that unfortunately had to issue a WARN Act. So I know that we're, all different agencies and all different positions. With all that said, I think whether a delay in the fare increase is possible or not, or whether there's desire to move in that direction or not, I do want to make sure that there are commitments to bring back more information, ensuring BART remains affordable. I know that there's a plan to bring back an item around fair policy later this year. I've already talked to staff about it. And so I really want to make sure when we get that presentation later this year, there's more info and some really clear next steps around expanding Clipper Start. And hopefully by then we have a better understanding of perhaps some state moves that might be made, like AB 1919, to be able to secure more state funding to, expand fair programs such as Clipper Start. I'm sorry that this was not the clearest of comments made, but I'll just end my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Lee. President Saltzman, please.
Thank you. First, wanted to thank also, like many of you have, our labor partners who came to speak with us today. I've been working with Sal from AFSCME and with the general manager and his team around this issue around rail controllers for the past couple of months. It is a really serious issue. But I think what we heard today from Sal and Jesse is it's not limited to that classification. And so what I would actually recommend is that we convene the labor committee to have an in-depth discussion about this, and then we would bring it to the board too. But especially since these board meetings are tight, I think that would allow us for a longer back and forth and get us more into the details, which is, I think, where we need to be. And we're not, this isn't just about BART. Every agency is having a huge problem hiring in the Bay Area and across the country. I mean, there are many transit agencies that aren't able to not only increase service, but restore service because they can't hire enough people. So understanding that, I still think we should get a more in-depth understanding of kind of all the classifications that we're having a hard time filling and what's being done, not just about the rail controllers, but the other positions, but of course with a focus on the rail controllers, because that really seems to be the one that has this huge challenge of taking so long to bring people on, and the huge challenge of right now being understaffed. And so people are working, huge amounts of overtime, and that impacts work at a certain point. So I guess I'd like to ask the chair of the labor committee to convene that and staff to work on that, to make that happen. And then of course we'll bring it back to the board as well. So I see nodding of heads of the labor committee members. So we'll work on getting that together. I really want to thank staff for working on what could be done to improve off-peak service. I think you'll all remember that when we had the last budget presentation, or maybe the first one, I said it was unacceptable that we'd approve a 2-year budget without having any increases to off-peak service, and that's what was initially proposed. So I know they've been working really hard in a very short time, just in the past couple of months, to figure out what we can do in this 2-year budget. And I do understand the real limitations of staffing. So I'm grateful for what is being proposed for Saturday evenings and for Saturday all day, although we don't have a date at which we could provide the 15-minute service, but at least that we know we're going to do that, and looking at Friday, which I think is necessary. What I said to staff in my briefing is that is all good, and we need to do that. But we also need to look at weekday evening and Sunday service, especially on weekday evenings. Sunday service has gotten a little better because now we provide 5-line service instead of the 3-line we provided before the pandemic. But weekday evening service is significantly worse than it was pre-pandemic. So pretty much all of our other service is better, or will get better with this new plan, with the increased Saturday evening and Friday evening service. But we are running much worse service than we were running pre-pandemic in the weekday evenings. And it impacts whether riders are going to get on BART. So sure, we're seeing our weekday evening ridership grow, but there's a lot of growth not happening because people are figuring out other ways to get around. It would be good to have actual hard data on this, but I talk to people a lot about their BART riding habits. Why are they riding less? Why are they getting back on BART or not? And I've heard from a lot of people that they, tried a weekday evening ride or a Saturday or Friday evening ride once or twice and had to wait for 28 or 29 minutes to get back, and just decided next time they'd get an Uber or Lyft. Or I talked to a group of folks who go to this group event and they've coordinated so they all get a gig together. And sort of these short-term rentals. So there's a lot of options out there now for how to get around. And I think we're missing out on a lot of riders. Our peak service is excellent. It's almost as good as it was pre-pandemic, except for those, rush hour special trains. But we're just so far off from where we were pre-pandemic. And that already wasn't good enough. We had already been hoping eventually to move to 15-minute headways. I understand the construction impacts and that we have to do the critical maintenance work on our system. I've always supported that, but I think that's being used as an excuse here because we had planned this work pre-pandemic, and at that time never was the board told that we would have to end 20-minute headways. So I just don't understand why we can't get better than 30-minute service sometime in the next 6 years before train control is switched over. And I find it just totally unacceptable. So we have to figure out a solution to that, or we won't see an increase in weekday evening ridership, even though we have plenty of capacity, because people are they're just not going to ride anybody who has any other option. And for those who depend on us, because they're transit dependent and they need to get to work, and Lyft and Uber are going to be too expensive to use every evening, they just, are going to have a much longer commute. And that's really a difficult thing to have to tell these riders who depend on us. So I really want staff to go back and look at. I know there's a hesitation to go back to 20-minute service because it's easier to do just the 15 and 30. But we need to think about what's easy for our riders first. And even if it might be inconvenient to go to a different, headways just for the weekday evenings, if we can get any better than 30-minute, whether it's going to 20 minutes, 22 minutes, whatever is the best we can provide with the construction we know is going, we need to get creative here. And so I'm asking staff to go back to the drawing board on weekday evening service and Sunday service with whatever you can do, and bring back what it is, even if it's very inconvenient for BART. As an agency, even if it's going to be hard to manage, I think what's most important is how we serve our riders. And as Director Rayburn pointed out, these are small costs to greatly improve the service when you look at the totality of our budget. So it's worthwhile, and it'll make people feel a lot better about getting back on BART and being able to depend on the system. So I guess I would ask staff, when you think you can come back to us. I understand it's not going to be before we approve this budget, but when this year you could come back and start to talk about what the options are for improving off-peak service besides what you've laid out here.
Yeah, President Saltzman, Shane Edwards, actually, based on our briefings and current events, I've been trying to plan when we would come back to you. My best feeling is that it would be November with a further plan, revised plan if necessary, and an update on February for you.
Great. Thank you. I understand it's challenging. I understand you have to kind of rethink everything. So I get that. And I appreciate that you're going to come back later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Saltzman. President, actually, I have a question for you in terms of the next item. These conversations are really important, and I said 12. Would you be okay as chair? I know we go to board matters next. I'm looking at my clock. If we go to about 12:25, 12:30.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, your the administration items are pretty much the whole agenda today. So I'd like to get us into closed session no later than 1, but I know this next item is big, so I think it's just fine to do that.
Yeah. As much as I wanted to encapsulate us and be tight, it wasn't the right thing to do, and so I want to try to extend and make sure that we have an opportunity to discuss. It is mostly administrative, I realize that. So thank you for that. So with Pam, Pam, would you please begin the presentation on item C?
Oh, absolutely. I am just pleased to introduce Sylvia Lamb. She's our acting chief of M&E, and Priya Mathur, our director of funding strategy, to close this meeting with an update on our FY23 capital programs and projects. So we'll move through this rather quickly to allow plenty of time for board discussion, but be assured We'll be back to see you at future board meetings with additional capital discussion.
Thank you, Pam, and good morning, Board of Directors. I'm very excited to come here with Priya and Carl and talk about our FY23 program and project capital budget. Our presentation is broke down in 3 types of sections. The first section is information that you've seen in previous years that we're updating you on for FY23. And then the second section is we're going to look back at what we brought you in the summer and what we've done since then. And the third section is what we're doing to strengthen our capital program management. Priya?
Thanks so much, Sylvia. Good morning, President Saltzman, Directors, Priya Mathur, Director of Funding Strategy. This slide shows BART's FY23 capital budget sources and uses. As you can see, the FY23 capital budget is roughly the same size as the prior fiscal year's capital budget at about $1.5 billion. The top section of this slide lays out the funding sources broken out by Measure RR, other BART, and other external funding sources, including the FTA Capital Investment Grant that is a significant funding source for the core capacity program. And also I should note that the bottom section here lays out the uses by CIP purpose. You can see that the bulk of our investment is planned in system reinvestment, which is reinvestment in our existing assets, as well as investments in capacity enhancement through the core capacity program.
This represents a high-level budget dashboard to give you a lot of information that you saw on the previous slide, but even more information. So if you look at the upper right-hand corner, that's the budget by CIP purpose that you saw on the previous slide, and Priya talked about in dollars, and here it's in percentages, talking about what percentage is system reinvestment versus expansion. The middle is the budget by funding source, and again by percentages. And then the left, I want to draw your attention to the left. That's the budget by CIP category. Everything we talk about from project perspective after this are by CIP category. And as you can see, a lot of our CIP categories actually hit a couple of CIP purposes. So for instance, rail cars are not only a system reinvestment, they're also expanding the system. At the bottom, you may remember from our project controls discussion that this is a budget by phase. So the reason that I like this piece from a project perspective is it lets you know how much money and how many projects are in at what level of the phase of the projects. And that helps us understand basically where our estimates are. In planning, those estimates have to be a little bit bigger because we're still in planning. And where we're in closeout, we should be done. This is our top 10 priority programs. And I want to just point out right at the start, first of all, we have a lot of priorities. These aren't our only priorities. They're also not sorted by the importance of the program. They're sorted by the amount of FY23 budget that we're going to use in each of those programs. This top 10 priority programs comes to be top 10 based on multiple criteria. One is it's a multiple year project or program that's been in process. It's already been board approved to move into these. And for instance, Measure RR is leveraged between many of these other programs.
So as Sylvia noted, this list reflects the top 10 priority programs included in the FY23 capital budget, which total over $13 billion. This list reflects prior board commitments and significant programs that are funded and or underway. I want to thank President Saltzman for reminding us of her request last summer that we engage the board regarding prioritization of the capital program. Over the course of this year, we've been focusing on maturing the internal processes, and we'll bring a review of our fiscal year 23 process to the board in September, and we'll engage the board again regarding our fiscal year 24 priorities following our annual assessment of existing assets at the end of this calendar year and before the board workshop. Returning to the top 10 priority program list, I want to point out that there is some overlap among the programs, especially Measure RR, which funds multiple programs. And as a result, we've netted that amount of overlap out of the Measure RR program. So the actual budget out of Measure RR for fiscal 23 is over $800 million, but that is included in some of the other programs. Likewise, there's overlap between the railcar program and the core capacity program for the 306 phase 2 rail cars that we're procuring to expand the capacity of the system. We wanted to take a moment to review what we shared with the, it is important to highlight that nearly 90% of the fiscal year 23 capital budget is forecast to be spent on the top 10 priority capital programs. Slide 6 here shows a different view of the top 10 priority programs. The blue represents all of the secured funding, from darkest to lightest representing Measure RR, other fiscal year 23 allocated funding, net of Measure RR, other allocated funding prior to or following this fiscal year, net of Measure RR, and finally, secured funding that has been awarded but not yet formally allocated to BART. The orange represents the remaining funding need on these priority programs. As you can see, some programs are fully funded and others have varying levels of funding need. Notably, some programs are scalable and can be funded and delivered over time. The elevator modernization program is a really good example of this. It can be delivered incrementally in elevator pairs at stations, which cost roughly $10 million a pair, enabling BART to pursue smaller grant opportunities for this program. Likewise, the next generation fare gates. Speaking of the next generation fare gates, I do want to note that while this slide shows a remaining funding need, we have a strong plan to fully fund this program and are well down the track to securing all of the remaining funding. In contrast, the Fleet of the Future maintenance facility at the Hayward Maintenance Complex, which is needed to maintain and regularly overhaul BART's new Fleet of the Future, cannot be delivered in stages, and it requires full or substantial funding to advance. This slide shows the comparison of BART's capital budget to actuals over the past 5 years. It is important to note that the bulk of the difference between budget and actuals can be attributed to the railcar procurement, which, as you know, has proceeded slower than planned, and for which BART recently halted railcar acceptance for about a year between early calendar year 2021 and February of 2022. That project is now accepting railcars again. We wanted to take a moment to review what we had shared with the board last summer. In June, we brought an item on BART's capital project selection framework, which we've been maturing over the past year. And in July, we presented on BART's capital project controls framework. Sylvia will share more on the progress of this framework in later slides. Slide 10 reviews the district selection principles that we shared with the board last June. First is to optimize the probability of securing funding by advancing the highest priority project that will be competitive for a particular grant program, and by packaging needs into compelling programs that will compete better for discretionary grants. Second is to seek to close funding gaps on critical projects, particularly those that are under contract or under construction. Third is to advance hard-to-fund programs and projects when an opportunity arises. This is important for programs like the Fleet of the Future maintenance facility, which although it's essential to operations and maintains assets in a state of good repair, maintenance facilities are typically very difficult to fund through competitive grant programs. The final principle is to seek to maintain programmatic balance between investment in existing system assets, investment in capacity increasing and service enhancement projects, as well as investment in security and sustainability improvements. Of course, there's often overlap between all of these programs. I also want to share a few other observations regarding our approach to funding the capital program. First, external funding is not fungible across projects. Once a funding partner has awarded a grant for a specific project, BART cannot generally reallocate those funds to a different project. And further, capital grants cannot be spent on operating uses. Second, complexity in a funding plan introduces risk to project delivery. If a project that is estimated to cost tens of millions of dollars is funded with a succession of small $1 to $2 million grants, it can take a long time to achieve full funding and can lead to escalation in project cost and schedule. To mitigate that risk, we seek to pursue larger funding opportunities for major projects at the time of project initiation to secure a material funding foundation. This slide provides an overview of the grants that we pursued in calendar years 2021 and 2022 year to date. In calendar year 2021, we pursued nearly $500 million of grants. There is a typo, I should note, the pending dollars, it says 28 million, but it really should be 58 million. So we have been awarded 350 million of grants that we pursued in 2021 and are still waiting to hear on almost 60 million. We were unsuccessful with $88 million worth of funding requests. Largely that is due to our advocacy around the fiscal year 22 state budget and member requests that we submitted. As you know, the fiscal year 22 state budget ultimately did not include many earmarks. To date, in calendar year 2022, BART has pursued nearly $150 million of grants, for which we've been awarded $29 million to date, and we're still waiting to hear on another $120 million. Slide 13 includes more detail on the grants that we've pursued. BART is committed to continuing to strengthen our capital program management, both on the funding side and on the project delivery side. This slide reviews our fiscal year 23 funding strategy. As we noted in a recent board memo, the Core Capacity Program is BART's top priority for federal advocacy. For this crucial program, BART is requesting report language that would enable the Federal Transit Administration to allocate additional funds to projects with existing full funding grant agreements, such as the Trans-Bay Corridor Core Capacity Project. At the state level, our top funding priorities are the Core Capacity Program and the Fleet of the Future Maintenance Facility. We've been collaborating closely with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission on the development of a Mega Project Advancement Policy, or MAP, which the Commission plans to adopt this summer. This policy is expected to include a list of Plan Bay Area Tier 1 projects with capital costs over $250 million, such as BART's Core Capacity Program and the Fleet of the Future Maintenance Facility, as well as project development costs for Tier 2 projects estimated to cost greater than $1 billion, such as Link 21. It is important to note that inclusion in the MAP will not be a guarantee of funding. BART and other regional operators worked with MTC earlier this calendar year on a regional approach to select grant programs under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. MTC adopted a list of projects for these select grant programs in February, including the Core Capacity Program for the Capital Investment Grant Program. We continue to advance these two priority programs, as well as the Core Capacity Program, with the county transportation authorities for various funding opportunities. The Alameda County Transportation Commission just released its Capital Investment Plan update call for projects, which consolidates programming for multiple fund sources, including the One Bay Area Grant Program, Cycle 3, and Measure BB discretionary pots. MTC is coordinating the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 3 program, and our top priorities for this program are next generation fare gates and elevator modernization. The San Francisco County Transportation Authority approved in March, and the MTC Commission confirmed in April, an expenditure plan for a new sales tax measure that will be placed on the ballot in November. I am pleased that San Francisco's commitment to the Core Capacity Program, as well as funding for other BART investments such as next generation fare gates and elevator modernization, is included in that plan. Contra Costa Transportation Authority is launching its countywide transportation plan update and sales tax reauthorization expenditure plan development, and BART is and will continue to be deeply engaged in these efforts as they proceed over the coming months and years. With that, I'll turn it back over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Priya. I'm so excited to get to introduce our FY23 Capital Program and Project Update Report. This slide shows the sections that will be in that report. The first being the dashboard, which is what you've seen at the beginning of this presentation. The top 10 priority programs, again, what you've seen at the beginning of this presentation. And then we'll have what I'm calling one-pagers for the priority program report, first of all. Then we're going to do a project by CIP category. And I just want to emphasize that will be every project that's in the FY23 budget, one line per project, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And then one-pagers for each of the projects that use up about 80% of our capital budget, and then a section on completed projects in the previous year. Quickly before I go into what's included in the program reports or one-pagers, I just want to talk a little bit about the difference between the emphasis of a program versus a project. Programs contain multiple projects, whereas projects may contain multiple contracts. And we'll just go to the next one. So a program report for each program may have a slightly different focus. For instance, and may have a slightly different focus year by year. So for instance, a year ago or 2 years ago, when we were talking about next generation fare gates, we were talking about funding issues and funding plans. Now what we're talking about is getting an RFP on the street. So these one-pagers for programs will change slightly from year to year, and they will also change between programs. The same thing that we show you on next gen fare gates may not be the same thing we show you on a Measure RR, for instance. And part of that is because, for instance, Measure RR, we already create reports that we send to the Oversight Committee, and in order to leverage that same information and make sure it's consistent, we would present the same thing that we're presenting to the Oversight Committee. But this is the meat of this program and project update report. And this is the line-by-line project information on every project that's going to use budget in FY23. So to orient you to this, the first part is the CIP category. So as an example, traction power is a CIP category. On the left, we're using a series of symbols to help orient you to different things on the projects. For instance, does the project have a one-pager in the report? Is there a funding risk in the fiscal year for that project? And I'm happy to say that for FY23, none of our projects have a funding risk during that fiscal year. Is it an SSI project? And then also emphasizing which projects are part of core capacity and Measure RR, and also the recent third tranche that we came to the board for approval, Chris Gann did. We're identifying which of the projects were used to estimate that tranche. Next, for each project, you'll see up above the information that will be provided for each project. I like to emphasize the project ID. That is the anchor for these projects from year to year and within the PeopleSoft system. So that helps us trace that project name and then, of course, other financial information. Most of this financial information can be extracted from PeopleSoft. The estimate at completion is a cost estimate of the overall project. It is not necessarily found in PeopleSoft, but that helps you understand what we think the project is going to cost at that time. Over to the right, there's a percent complete. I wanted to point out that in some cases we're starring the percent complete if it's a physical percent complete, and that means that we're doing earned value on that project, so we know the physical percent of the work completed in the field. This is an example of the one-pager for a specific project. I think that's what's important about transparency is it's not just providing a whole bunch of information that you can extract, but also making it easy to understand and to get a big picture on how the project's doing. So the summary reports or one-pagers will include information about what's going on in that project physically, where it's going to be located in the system. There's a picture also indicating what work is being done. Below the project summary are key metrics that we're looking at or strategic initiatives within the district. So for instance, sustainability is one that's a big one. So if this project is addressing sustainability or it has a sustainable element, that would be identified. And then a high level timeline. This helps you orient how long this project's going to potentially go and where we are in the whole project. And then below that, challenges and risks and accomplishments. Then to the right, we'll have information about funding, costs to date, and budget. Again, this will help a reader really get a very quick picture of what that project, how the project's doing and what the project is about. But we're always continuing to evolve our capital program. And so I wanted to talk about our next steps. So first, we're going to finalize the capital budget. That doesn't mean when it comes to the board, that's before it comes to the board. We're doing some minor tweaks. We're doing quality control right now on the capital program and project report, which we will send to the board at the end of the month. And then in between 2 and 3, there will be adopting the budget with the board on June 9th. The next thing that we're looking at is how can we make it easier for the EDDs when we submit an EDD for approval to understand the whole context of the project. Because right now, when we come to the board, the EDD is about that specific contract. So we're working on one-pagers that would supplement the EDDs to help the board have that information. And then always striving towards data-driven strategies for capital funding. And our goal is to use transparency and traceability to strengthen the trust in our capital program and project reporting. And thank you so much for listening. We'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, staff. And I'm going to wait a couple of seconds while board members raise their hands. In light of my forever changing strategy, I'm not going to go in any particular order. I'm going to go in the order that I see on my screen. I'll start with President Salz, but I think it'll be easier this way, just going down the line. Director Ames, and that's all. I'm sure other board members may raise their hands. President Salz.
I see there's public comment. I don't know if you want to go to
Oh,
those.
my apologies. My apologies. District Secretary, please.
Yes. Okay. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Lateefah Simon. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Thank you for indulging my testimony. I ask that you not view it with anxiety. I know you want to get onto other things, but I must speak. This is important. Lots of good things. I ask that as we continue to refine this program, that we remember first and foremost the users of BART. I like the rail cars. I told you I like the rail cars. The elevators and the escalators are absolutely essential to me. Recently, I went on an elevator with a friend of mine who was in a motorized wheelchair, and I got to see, to a point, first and foremost, what it's like for somebody to go through that. So this is a case of someone who's utterly dependent, and we got to keep our eye on that. And I didn't hear any mention about, hardly any mention about the power. Maybe it's buried in there somewhere, but we have to keep the lights on, and it's going to mean continuing to work on the cables. And I wish we had a transmission system, and then we wouldn't be dependent on the power company, but maybe someday, because I don't want to be stuck in the dark. And state of good repair. We always have to remember that is an essential part of capital. And that includes our inspection and measurement programs to make sure that the wheels stay on and that we keep up with the rail, and we don't want things to be cracked and broken, especially in the hot weather. So I think our capital plan has to keep resiliency in mind. Funding, of course, is a challenge, and to me, competing for all these grants, but we have to stay the course. And yes, build a repair facility. It's kind of hard to fix cars in a parking lot. We don't want to be trying to fix trains when it's raining outside or if it's 100 degrees. And we have to figure out a way to get the money for that. And I think that we will. Clipper is also essential, and not just the Clipper cards and the app, but also the open payments and hopefully some Cal ITP put in there, because that's infrastructure. Infrastructure is not just signature projects with lots of concrete and steel, but back end programs such as the software for the train control and the control room and the Clipper card and all that. So I'm looking forward to us turning this into an action item. And I thank you. This is a part of BART being the people system. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any more public commenters, District Secretary?
I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Dupree. President Salzman, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you. First, I want to say I think all of the capital work that's being done is incredibly important. And I think the new level of information that you're gathering and sharing is going to ensure that we do everything as smart as possible, as efficient as possible, for the least amount of money with the best results. So it's fantastic, the direction you're moving in. The one thing I wanted to comment on, And I told staff about this in my briefing this week. You know, when staff came last June to talk to us about capital project prioritization, I had some comments at the time which said their framework for the staff side was good, but it kind of cut out the board entirely from the whole process, except just reporting back to us. And I was promised at the time that they would come back, they would rethink it and figure out where the board goes in this process. And that has not happened. So I'm disappointed that it hasn't happened, and I still want that to happen. But I was also surprised to see these, you know, top 10 priority programs laid out, which it's true that all of these things are priorities for the board. But the board did not ever say these are the top 10 priorities. And I think we need a process to identify that. If this is how we're going to communicate it to the public, to funders, we don't need to rank them within the top 10, but if we are going to move forward with this categorization of a top 10, we used to have the big 3 projects, which the board did sign off on those many years ago. But if we're going to have a top 10 and move forward with that, we need a board process to say these are really the top 10. Or maybe we decide one of these, you know, maybe isn't in the top 10 and maybe there's something else. For example, Link 21's not on here. I would think that would be a top 10, and maybe it's not on here because you don't know the total costs yet, and so it was hard to fit into the model that you have here. But that's just one example. I really do think we need a board process. It's a lot of money that we're spending here. They're good, important projects that we're spending money on. I don't think any of these are wasteful or shouldn't happen, but knowing that they're limited dollars, knowing that we have to make difficult decisions, I think we need to have a board process to identify what our priorities are, and we need to be transparent about what it means we're not prioritizing. So I want to see, you know, I asked this a year ago and the answer was we would come back, and then you didn't come back. But when can you come back for that board part of what this process is going to be moving forward, and particularly what the process will be for the board to either buy into these top 10 priorities or change them?
President Saltzman, I want to thank you. Your comments are so helpful, and we did definitely take those to heart last summer when we spoke to the board. I do apologize that we haven't gotten back to you more quickly. This is the first of many conversations, and I'm going to look at Sylvia just for a little head nod here, but I think that our timing between Sylvia's team and Priya's team is to come back to the board sometime by early fall, September, October timeframe. And we definitely appreciate what you've said several times about board involvement. We do need a board process, and we will be back to speak to the board on this.
Okay, and I guess I would ask, since that's quite some time from now, I would like to not have public communication saying these are top 10 priorities until we actually decide they are. I mean, it's fine to keep going and finding money for these projects. Again, I don't think any of these are unimportant projects, but I just think we shouldn't be communicating that way until we've decided that's what they are. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Our next comment, someone put their hand down, I think. So Director Ames, followed by Director Allen.
Thank you, Chair Simon. So this is so huge that the staff is doing this. I am so thankful. I've asked for this for, I think it's like 3 years. It's that long to have this kind of detail about the projects, from feasibility to design to construction, which we don't have that detail yet, but this is a huge step. I want to thank Sylvia and Shane and Pam and Bob, everybody on the team that made this happen. It's such a huge step, and it does get to more questions, as President Saltzman had mentioned. Once you have the detail of these projects, then it comes to, well, what are the priorities? And so I do appreciate that, and I hope that we have this conversation. And I would like to also highlight what Ms. Dupree had mentioned is, you know, what's happening with the cars, or what's happening with the state of good repair or the power systems. And I thought about that, and to me, it gets to operations. And are we going to show projects for operations at some point? That's a question for the staff.
Thank you, Director. This is Sylvia. Yes, there are operations type projects within our capital program when they're capital related. So they will be inside of there as well. And maybe in future years, we can identify which ones are state of good repair.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess my other question would be, we had a list of projects that went to MTC in February. And are you going to provide that list of projects to us, to the board?
So in February, the MTC Commission adopted a bipartisan infrastructure law regional approach for select bipartisan infrastructure law programs. That is we will happily send you the list that they adopted. It included the core capacity program in Link 21 on the list.
Okay, thank you, Priya. I forgot to do a shout out to you too, actually, sorry. And are we going to submit a list of projects to MTC before the final projects gets solidified? We've got the big infrastructure bill. We have a lot of hope for projects because of the infrastructure funding that's coming our way.
So as I noted, MTC is developing a mega project advancement policy, which will include a list of projects. We have submitted all of our projects that exceed the thresholds that they've identified, but we're in discussions with them about what will ultimately be included in their final list. I just want to reiterate that that is not a promise of funding on MTC's part, but rather sort of a listing of the region's projects in that mega project category.
Thank you, Priya. So that really gets to, Bart's priorities, and it would be good to see that. I don't want to, maybe it's not called a wish list. It's actually a list that we really do want to have happen, that we need to have happen. So I would appreciate some transparency on that front of projects that we're submitting to these agencies for potential funding. It would be great for the board to see that. But overall, I think this is a job well done. I felt like when we approved some of these projects, change orders and such, and we look at those EDDs, these staff reports that document the fiscal impacts. We don't always show the total project budget, the history of what we spent in the past and what we're going to spend at that time when we're awarding a contract. So we're going to get the whole picture in staff reports and also and that ties to the budget document. So this is the most transparency I've seen Bart do since I've been on the board. So I really appreciate this work. And it's a fantastic job. And I know it's continuous improvement and I look forward to more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. And if there are no other hands, we'll end conversation on this item. No, I know. With Director Allen, you'll be the last one. No, I didn't forget you.
You can't forget me. I've been asking for this stuff for 5 years. So I had an opportunity to go through this in detail with staff the other day, and I'm very, very happy that we now have something that we never had before. When I entered this board in 2017, we were presented with a budget that had one line item for the capital budget, and that is what we got to approve. So it took much longer than I thought, but I am thrilled that we now have a process and a concept. I haven't seen the report yet. So I'm going to reserve all of my great job team for when I actually see a report. And I know that Sylvia promises me it's coming before we have to vote on a budget, which is the way it should be. I think, this was the first step to being able to even have something to look at and determine priorities, to see the big picture. And so for me, that priority discussion is important, as President Saltzman mentioned. But there are some other parts to this that I want to see going forward now that we have a base of some reporting. The first part is that this should be reported out on a regular basis, I think more than annually, but if it's in a good software program, it should be able to be produced quarterly for us as a part of our quarterly financial report. But it also needs to be reconciled annually. And what I mean by that is we need, you know, a list that starts with the total budget we've approved and then reconciles out what was completed during the year, and then what new projects are added during the year and what's in progress. So this is not unusual stuff. This is how things are done in heavy infrastructure projects in the construction industry. It's not new. It's new to BART, but I look forward to that rolling work being done and that reconciliation work being done in the future. And I believe that at some point this needs to be tied into our annual report, and it should become an annual report supplementary data page similar to what happens with pensions. So those are my comments. I did have one question. We've delayed during the pandemic our normal, every 2 years we received a report that was called SRTP, and I'm just wondering, are we going to see that?
Director Allen, this is Pam Herhold. Yes, MTC actually requested that all agencies defer and delay producing that report during the pandemic because things were so uncertain back then. MTC has recently provided updated guidelines on the SRTP format. I don't believe they provided any guidelines on the CIP format. We're going to, internally, we've been evaluating those guidelines and trying to align those new requirements with what we do internally on our long-term forecasting. And I anticipate being able to get back to the board sometime this fall. What that looks like, I'm not sure if it'll look like the typical past SRTP CIP, but we will ensure that it's something that is useful both internally and externally.
Okay, thank you. I think that the report we're talking about could make a lot of that a lot easier. That concludes my comments. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Director Allen. And thank you, members of the board, for bearing with me during these very important and lengthy items. I'll hand the gavel back to you, President Salzman. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do not have any engineering and operations items or planning, public affairs, access, and legislation items. So we'll now move on to board matters. Item 9A is a board discussion regarding logistics for future public meetings. And we've mentioned this a little bit before, and we started getting a conversation last time, but we hadn't agendized it. So I wanted to agendize it properly and just kind of lay out what some of our options are and what we need to decide about returning to in-person meetings. So I know, as you all know, but for the public, since the beginning of the pandemic, we've been holding our BART board meetings via teleconference only because of the various executive orders and state legislation. The current authority permitting relaxation of Standard Brown Act rules during the pandemic expires January 1st, 2024. So at the moment, at least, we currently have authority to continue to meet virtually, but we have options to come back in person. So we could meet virtually. We could do a hybrid meeting where some people came in person and some people continued to come by Zoom. We could also do a meeting where we had all board members come in person. We will continue to have virtual participation for the public, no matter which way we decide to go. And we need to decide, especially when we first return, whether we want the public to come in person right away. So I know of several boards and city councils that have started to come back in person, but they're still having the public only provide virtual public comment. I know of other places where you can now come in person, but to come in person, you have to be masked and vaccinated, or some places either masked or vaccinated. Everywhere is a little bit different, but for everybody else, if they don't want to meet those requirements, then they can continue to join virtually. So I want to hear what folks think. One, about when we come back in person, and I'll say something on that in a moment. Two, about when we come back in person, do we want to immediately allow the public in person, or do we want to hold off on that at the beginning? And 3, how to address committees. I know I heard, at least from one board member in a previous meeting, that they'd like committee meetings to continue to be virtual for now. So I'd like to hear that from folks who are on committees. I think just having talked to our staff and just based on the calendar coming up, I think the earliest I would like to entertain us coming back to an in-person meeting would be the second meeting in July, which I'm just looking up the date, is July 28th. Some of the reasoning is around that is, one, we want to give people enough time to prepare for it, so we don't want to do it for the next meeting. And in June, the second meeting in June, we're going to be at Del Norte. We obviously, that will be in person, but a different kind of in person. And then we might be canceling the first meeting in July, so we don't want to schedule it for the first meeting in July. So I think I'd like feedback. Do you think we'll be ready by then? Obviously, if this surge continues for the next 3 months, maybe we don't have to make a final decision today, but I just want to get folks' thoughts. Do you want to come back starting at the end of July? Would you like us to all be in person together? Would you like there to be an option for some people to be virtual? And then again, what you want to do about the public and how you want to handle committee meetings. So I'll go to, oh, sorry, there's public comment. So I'll go to public comment first, and then I'll go to directors.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for record, she and her. I feel a need to speak on this. I don't usually speak in board matters, but I'm going to speak anyway, unless you say otherwise. This is important to me because I want us to be able to regain a sense of engagement that we had before. And so I advocate for the hybrid approach, because me being on Zoom allows me to engage with you no matter where I'm at, as long as I have an internet or a phone connection. But there is something that is missing when you can't be in the room. And I did go to a Muni meeting last Tuesday. And while I didn't really get to engage with the staff at all, and it's usually kind of hard to at Muni meetings, at least I was in the room at San Francisco City Hall. And so I think our standard for bringing the public back should be roughly based with what we're doing on the railroad. So I get on trains on BART and I wear a mask. And so I think that if we can get on crowded trains wearing masks, I think that we should be able to come into a boardroom and wear masks. And I think it's very low risk. I mean, I'm flying on airplanes and I'm wearing a mask, but probably about half of the people who are on the airplane aren't wearing masks. And I've been on other buses and trains where people aren't wearing masks. So as I said, I'm supportive of a mask requirement in the boardroom, just as I supported a mask requirement on the trains. And I'll continue to stand with you in that decision, as I wrote in my letter. But I don't want this, a virtual board policy to be insulating the public from engagement with you. We can keep the boardroom space safe. We do have police monitoring and performing security in the boardroom, just as before. That should always continue. But I feel it is time for the public to be able to come back. I know we can't do it tomorrow. We need to take some time to get things ready. But my sentiment is that if I can ride a train and wear a mask, then I should be able to come into the boardroom and speak and wear a mask. And I thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Thank you. I don't see any other public speakers on this item, so I'll go to the board. Director Allen.
So I think we should get back in the boardroom as soon as possible. I think there's tremendous value to us being there and allowing the public back into the boardroom. I would never want to see the ability for the public to come in on a high, through a remote basis, through teleconferencing or Zoom or, whatever we choose. I don't know what that technology is going to look like, but I would never want to see the public not be able to come in remotely. I think that has been a big benefit of our time over the last 2 years, that we are able to allow people to engage from their homes, so, or from wherever they are. So that's going to be my preference. But I think the board should be back in the boardroom and attending meetings. I think that the committee meetings should remain remotely. Because again, most of our committees, except for maybe the ones that we all sit on together, the committees that involve the public are, the public is participating in that at their own cost and expense. And I think if they are able, if they're, maybe you should leave it up to each committee to decide, but I think we should not be forcing committee members to drive to downtown Oakland for these meetings that they're volunteering for. With respect to the mask mandate mentioned by Alita, I would not support that. Not going to support us being masked in the boardroom. And if that does end up being a requirement, then I will not be able to comply with that. Thank you.
So just wanted to clarify one thing, so we don't have to rehash it again today. We already decided like a year and a half ago that we will forever allow virtual public comment at our meetings. So I know we all agree with it, but we don't have to rehash that part today. Director McPartland.
Yes. Well, Director Allen said just about everything that I was going to end up saying. I would like to end up going to the next step, though, and that is that the public and coming into these virtually, so far they have not been able to actually present themselves so that we can end up seeing them. And they've got the same technology that we do at home in the vast majority of the cases. If they choose not to be seen, then that's okay. But I would think that we ought to end up giving them the opportunity to do that. Let's see. That's pretty much it. It's a bouncing ball in relationship to COVID as to whether we're going to remain remote and how long we're going to remain remote. I'm in favor of the hybrid as we end up going forward. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. April, do you have anything to say on the idea of allowing video participation by the public? I know we haven't had problems because we never allowed it, but I know other jurisdictions at the beginning of the pandemic had some pretty major problems with that.
Yeah, so I'd say I would be a little concerned about allowing the public to enter in with the option to turn on their camera, just because we do lose the ability to control for any obscene material that might show up. And there would be a delay in us shutting off their camera and removing them from the meeting. And just kind of in light of the incident we had rather recently, I'd definitely be concerned about that, about giving the public the ability to do that. I would be leaning towards keeping it as is.
Thank you. Director Simon?
Sure. Am I muted? Okay, good. I'm not muted. Thank you for bringing this up for so many reasons. I know that, with everything from our vaccination mandate to mandating staff to come back, many who, have many responsibilities outside of work, whether it be elderly care, children, spouses, and family members, that I believe, for the majority have complied. And, for all the reasons that you all have stated, why we need to be back in the boardroom, I agree. But also, in solidarity with our workers who have many of the issues that all of us may deal with, I'd like us to walk that same talk and be present at BART headquarters. So thank you so much for bringing this up. Of course, I love the idea of the virtual option as well for board members, should folks be sick or ill or, but I do think that we should get back as soon as possible. And thank you for putting this on Board Matters. And, I was able to visit the boardroom a few weeks ago while the AV team were practicing and setting up, and it's just such a beautiful space. And I can't wait for the public, and our team of colleagues to be able to deeply utilize that space and meet the staff who are all in the building. And it's such a beautiful space that is open, that is that's that's just exactly what BART signifies. So I can't wait to get back. Thanks.
Director Foley?
Oops. Thank you, Madam President. Couple of things. So I support the July 28th return, but I think it needs to be based on the Bay Area COVID metrics. Last year, we had a spike after July 4. So I just think we need to be aware of that. July 28 may be great, but we should just keep an eye. I agree with Director Allen. We should continue the committee meetings virtually. I think that's a great idea. I do think we get better participation when we have virtual meetings. So I do think that's a good thing. And just to clarify, I do think virtual public attendance and public comment for all meetings going forward is a great thing. Fully support that. So even if we're in person, anybody should be able to attend virtually. I initially believe we should require face masks and vaccination for in-person meetings. And if we don't require it, then I think individuals should be able to opt out of attending in person. So if there's someone who feels uncomfortable being in a room with unmasked individuals, they shouldn't have to be there in person. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Director Rayburn?
Thank you, President Salzman. I want to share some experiences. One was the Capitol Quarter board meeting last month. It was a hybrid with a number of us in attendance in Sassoon. I thought it went very well, but there's a caveat. There's an increased burden upon the staff to conduct such meetings. And I think we have to be cognizant of the short staffing in the DSO's office right now. And so everything should be, we can't force it, just like we can't run increased numbers of trains without train operators. So we have to include that staff component. Another element that I experienced last night was a presentation that went way south. The presenter was remote while a number of us were in the room. And the presentation ended up with technical glitches. There was, nobody could hear it. There was somebody standing in front of a microphone with an iPhone in their hand trying to convey the presenter's dialogue. And so I think we have to insist that even in our advisory committees, that the presenters are in the room and that the public have the option of being there to hear the presentation and not be dependent upon their own failing technologies. But we need to get back to as much of a in-person as possible. And that will depend upon staffing as well as the COVID metrics.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment about Capitol Corridor since you brought it up before I go to Vice President Lee. It actually wasn't a hybrid meeting. It was an all in-person meeting. And I know because it affected me. So it was in person, but at various sites, just like they used to be Capitol Corridor 2 years ago before the pandemic, people would call in from lots of different sites. So it was an all in-person meeting, just people were at different sites, just like they've always been allowed to. But because it was done in a non-hybrid way, I was really sick that week. And so I just couldn't participate because it was too late to notice any other location. And I didn't want to go to headquarters and get Directors Lee and Dufty sick because they would have been in the same room with me. So it is a real thing, especially as I think we're all more aware now of not showing up sick. I know many of us have showed up sick in the past, including me, because we felt like we had to participate. So it is a real, it's just a real thing. If we expect people to not come if they're sick, which I hope we won't moving forward, we kind of have to offer something. The other thing to offer about Capitol Corridor is I got a text from Rob Padgett yesterday. They're going back to all virtual because of the rise in cases. So the next meeting will be virtual again. Maybe by the following meeting, they'll be back to doing in person, but they've already switched that because of concerns of what's happening right now. So Vice President Lee.
Yeah, a lot of people have said like parts of things I agree with. So let me, I'll just sort of be on record to say a few things. First, President Salzman, thank you for your foresight in bringing this forward as a board matter. I mean, this is the first time I think I've really heard from all board directors how you all feel about this. So I really appreciate everyone's honesty. I agree with others who said to return in person. I think as long as it's safe, I would like to do that. I really prefer it to not be hybrid meetings, except for the exception that sort of President Salzman, you mentioned, if someone unfortunately tests positive for COVID or has a health related issue. I think we should all, as 9 of us, try to really make that commitment to be in person. So whatever that language looks like, I'd be down for that. I think the July timeframe, bearing in mind cases and, what color tier we're in, that makes sense to me. The second thing I'll say is, I think I would like to keep public comment fully virtual for at least the first meeting. So we just all settle into the board meeting. I think eventually, what makes sense is we're all in the board meeting physically and we have a hybrid model of calling in, but that might not make the most sense for the first meeting. And then I think when it comes to the mask requirement, I mean, this is really determined at the County Department of Public Health level. And I don't foresee us as a board passing anything additional for our HQ. But my understanding is that I know in San Francisco, the mask requirement for city buildings was dropped about a month ago. And I think like just a couple of weeks ago, they actually dropped the requirement for in session, like public meetings too. So I would sort of defer to staff about what makes sense there. Yeah, I think that covers everything.
Okay, I think everybody has spoken who wants to, this was really helpful because yeah, I've had a couple one-off conversations, but because of the Brown Act, we can't talk to everybody on the board without talking as a full board. So this was helpful to find where people are at. It sounds like we all want to go back tentatively the second meeting in July, but we'll see what happens with cases. I do have to say I have a little bit of a fear if we all come back unmasked and there's a surge happening. I'm a little bit less fearful about the board, but if all of our executive team gets COVID at the same time, we're going to have a problem since they're all there plus other staff. So it's just something we're thinking about. If cases are rising, how do we protect everybody in the room? There really isn't space for social distancing there, especially on the dais. We could set up the public seats to be spaced, but there just isn't room to have us distance. So I think we need to be thoughtful about how we protect our team and the public and everybody, and look closely at the rates and what's happening. I do agree that when we go back in person, we should strongly urge every board member and expect every board member to come in person unless there's really some reason they can't. Something comes up with childcare or they're sick or have COVID or anything like that. And agree with, what Director Rayburn brought up, that certainly the staff presenting, we would need them to be in person, which I think they're already doing that. So that's not really a change for today. So I will work with April and Bob and their teams, and we'll figure out a specific plan for July and what that looks like. And then we'll get a memo sent out to the board and put something out publicly too about what the plans are. But I think they will all be somewhat tentative. It's assuming things get better and not worse. And so as long as things get better, I think we can all expect to be back in the boardroom at the end of July. So thank you. I think if there's nothing else on this item, we can move on to the other board matters. So we'll take items B, C, and D all together. So those are board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. So if anybody would like to speak, please raise your hands. Director Rayburn, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you, President Salzman. It related to our discussion of hiring challenges. On Cinco de Mayo, I had the pleasure of working with our recruiters at the Fruitvale job workshop. It was very well attended. There were hundreds of people that stopped by the table and picked up literature on on becoming a train operator, a station agent, a train controller, electricians. We had a lot of great staff. Alaric, I understand I just missed you. We were like two ships passing in the night, but it was a tremendous event and I want to see more of that. And I think it helps to have board members in attendance so that we can hear what the public's questions are, as well as the responses from our professional staff. And I also want to share that I attended the BART Police Citizen Review Board meeting the other evening, and there was a presentation on the compliance with Assembly Bill 481, that was Chu's bill regarding use of military equipment. And there was concern, it was almost unanimous from the members of the board that they wanted to have the opportunity to review this report that is up on the BART website. It was published on April 22nd, and the public's welcome to download that report now and review it. But I feel that I asked that the presentation to the board was being proposed for June 6th, June 9th, and that it be delayed so that we give the BPCRB the opportunity to review the report during a regularly scheduled meeting and then report back to us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you. I attended a stroll and roll event, a bike event for Niles Canyon. That's promoting a separate bike path in Niles Canyon that starts from Fremont and ends in Sunol. It's really exciting to see a lot of cyclists. There was an event by Bike East Bay. They had it from Central Fremont to the Niles Canyon entrance. It was really amazing event. And also tonight in Fremont, the Fremont community is celebrating the pedestrian bike bridge, and everybody is welcome to attend. There's going to be food and Tesla's going to be there, of course. Tesla is one of the greatest employers as far as providing transit options for their employees, like shuttles. And, of course, they want this bridge because they want a lot of their employees to go to Tesla, which is exactly just next to the BART station in Warm Springs. So I'll be going there at 5 o'clock, and I want to thank staff for helping organize this and hope that we get into more events. I've got a July 4th event coming up in Fremont. I'd like to get some support on that. It seems like cities are opening up. So I'm glad to see it. And of course I wore my mask mostly the whole time, but hey. So thank you so much and look forward to more events with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of items. May 5th, I attended the VTA board meeting virtually and the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference as well virtually. And on May 6th, I attended our BART Special Personnel Review Special Committee meeting. That's a mouthful. And that was regarding the public employee employment of the district secretary. So that is my report.
Thank you. Director McPartland.
Thank you. I have nothing to report. I've been to several meetings. I would like to end up in memoriam, though, recognize Master Chief Mickey Ganage, who passed away on 7 days ago on the 4th of this month. Pearl Harbor survivor and personal friend, and was still working part-time as of January of this year at the Disabled American Veterans Office in Oakland, and still drove himself to work at the age of 102. God bless him. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other directors have reports? Seeing none, I don't have a report, but I do have an in memoriam. And I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of U.S. Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta, who passed away on Tuesday, May 3rd at the age of 90. Secretary Mineta will be remembered for his commitment to transportation and civil rights and for breaking many barriers. Secretary Mineta had an illustrious career in public service as a San Jose City Council member and mayor, member of the United States House of Representatives, Secretary of Commerce under President Bill Clinton, and Secretary of Transportation under President George W. Bush. While in the House of Representatives, Representative Mineta sponsored the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act of 1991, which funded 6 years of federal transportation spending. Later, Representative Mineta served as chair of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, where he fought to orient federal funding toward public transportation. As Secretary of Transportation, during the September 11th attacks, he became the first secretary to ground all civilian aircrafts and oversaw the creation of the Transportation Security Administration. And as a capstone to his years of service to our nation, Secretary Mineta was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor by President George W. Bush in 2006. Norman Mineta was born in San Jose, California, the son of Japanese immigrants. And during World War II, his family was forced to leave their home and experience unjust internment at the Hart Mountain internment camp near Cody, Wyoming. Representative Mineta worked throughout his career to support civil rights, and while in Congress, Representative Mineta co-founded the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus and led the effort to pass the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which secured a formal apology and financial reparations to Japanese Americans interned during World War II. While in Congress, Representative Mineta worked on the transportation sections of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and thanks to the ADA, millions of Americans with disabilities have access to public transportation. Secretary Mineta was the first Asian American mayor of San Jose and the first Asian American cabinet secretary. And then as far as the Bay Area goes, Secretary Mineta leaves a really large legacy here. The San Jose City Council renamed the city's airport the Norman Y. Mineta San Jose International Airport in honor of Norman Mineta's service to the city. The Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act of 1991, which Representative Mineta sponsored, provided a full funding grant agreement for BART to SFO. Secretary Mineta founded the Mineta Transportation Institute at Cal State San Jose, which has prepared many professionals for leadership roles at BART and other Bay Area transportation agencies, and published research that guides our board. The BART board would like to thank Secretary Mineta for his decades of service and share condolences with his family. So that is my in memoriam. I don't see any other hands raised. I don't see public comment on that. So with that, we can move into closed session under item 10A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. Are there any public comments on the closed session?
I don't see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, so we will take about a 15-minute break and go into closed session at 1 p.m. and we will return into open session after closed session concludes. Thank you.
Hi, President Saltzman.
April, just, are you ready?
I think in the media booth, we're just still coming back really quickly.
Okay, great. Now you're back.
Oh, and we're
Okay,
back.
Great. Just want to announce that the board has concluded its closed session. There's nothing to announce from closed session, and so this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Stop recording. Yes.
Recording stopped.